Hello and welcome to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. Today I'm on with Ron Russell and his students from Epic Theater Ensemble. We're going to learn some shocking things about what's going on in New York City school systems. New York City school systems right now being heralded as an example for the world about how a city should be treating schooling during coronavirus. Of course, now it's shut back down again. But in fact, it's not what it seems to be. Student attendance rates are way down. The city has not provided for students, has not provided technology. Ron Russell is an extraordinary human being, and I want to say this. He's been my friend for 30 years. We went to college together. He directed me in plays like Orphans. He directed me in Shakespeare plays. He's a brilliant director. He directed The Truth Has Changed at the Public Theater. He's also an incredible theater educator. Epic Theater Ensemble won the Coming Up Taller Award from Michelle Obama. They educate students all throughout New York City in theater and in, I guess you would say, in self-empowerment and self-expression at a time when that is so direly needed. Ron Russell, Executive Director of Epic Theater Ensemble, to tell us about their programming and give us a report on what's happening in New York City schools. We're also going to have a few of his students stay with us. So it's wonderful to have on the show my very good friend, my lifelong friend, Executive Director of Epic Theater Ensemble, Mr. Ron Russell. Ron, hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
So this show is about your work and about Epic Theater Ensemble's work, all of the people who are involved with Epic Theater Ensemble, and what a crucial theater education program that is in New York City. But it's also, and you know, as I mentioned in the introduction, you know, very wide-ranging program, a program that's been around for a while. I think it's like 20 years at this point, right? Won the Coming Up Taller Award from Michelle Obama. So a celebrated program. But we started talking, as we often do, because Ron Russell, if you don't know this, is also the director of The Truth Has Changed, my solo show that I did last year. And we've worked together on and off in the theater since we were in college, which was in the 90s. But Ron, you know, we started off this conversation talking about the state of New York City schools during coronavirus. Right. And you said something to me that was like that I didn't know, right? Because there's been a lot made of New York City schools reopening, how it's a model, people in the New York Times saying Bill de Blasio finally did something right. Yeah. But you mentioned to me something that I didn't know, which is that kids are not really coming to school.
Right.
Or that the attendance is really way down. Just talk about that for the first point in terms of this moment in coronavirus, and then we can go back and talk about how Epic Theater Ensemble has dealt with coronavirus as a very hands-on in-school program.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to be very positive about the way that any of our politicians have handled this. I feel like I'm having a crisis of confidence that goes way beyond anything I've ever experienced with our American democracy. And it's not about the right. It's about the left. I don't really know what people are doing. I think they've lost their minds. And in the coronavirus has really exposed a complete lack of clarity about what the role of government should be. I mean, listen, whenever there's a crisis, right, inequitable situations get passed down inequitably to communities that have always been, suffering. That's just the fact. Hurricanes hit people who are already facing inequitable circumstances and low resource situations worse. But so this shouldn't be a surprise to us. This happened with coronavirus. What is a surprise, however, I think, is that often in the wake of natural disasters or other things, the government scrambles, sometimes ineffectively, but at least with the right vision, to mitigate those immediate circumstances. We get pissed off because the government doesn't then mitigate the larger inequities. They just fix the thing that the hurricane caused, as it were, or it fixed as much as possible. Right. I think the problem—
down power wires, down flooded streets, etc., but not the systemic problems of poverty.
Not the systemic problems that led to these problems in the first place. What you've got here is I think it's a double layer problem, where when COVID hit, the schools scrambled immediately to even know kind of what to do. There was no level of preparation. There was no clarity on how students were supposed to get online. This idea that everyone was going to go online. There has yet to be any, not one impulse on the part of the city to force the companies that run internet in this city to make sure that internet is guaranteed to New York City students, right? So they're saying that public school students have to be able to have internet to go to school, and yet they're not forcing any of the corporations in this city to make that possible. I can't tell you how many students starting in mid-March simply could not get online. Epic spent a lot of time driving around in cars delivering devices, picking up little hubs that I bought like at bulk at B&H and dropped off to people so they could get internet, steal internet from their neighbors, basically. Do you know what I mean?
Oh my
to try
God.
to get online, because there was no concerted effort on that. There was a lot of talk about it, but there was no actual concerted effort.
So the city said, okay, all school is going online. That's what's happening. Public school is now online, but they didn't create a public resource for that to be possible. That's what you're saying.
They didn't.
And
they didn't start from the perspective of what is it that we need to do for those that are in the most inequitable, resource low position, right? Where are we going to start with those students? I mean, they didn't even talk about internet, Josh, to be honest with you. They talked about devices, and that was poorly handled. That's the best I could say about that.
So they were saying they were going to get laptops to students or something like that?
They did. And ultimately, every student was provided with a device by around June. Every student who had proper...
So just in time for summer vacation.
Just in time for the summer, yeah, exactly. Just in time for summer school, which was also terribly handled. Just FYI, in case you thought, well, I'm sure the summer went well. No, it was an absolute disaster. It was the lowest attended summer school in the history of New York City. So there wasn't any sense of like, A, how are we going to make this possible? And B, what's our plan? Now, look, New York City has 1.2 million students. It's a big system. It's not like...
Wow, 1.2 million residents in New York City are students.
Yeah, public
in high school, public school.
All schools. So K through 12.
K through 12, though, not college.
Not college. 1.2 is the...
That's astounding.
Yeah, all in one system.
In the 5 boroughs.
Yeah, it's the largest school system in the world by a lot.
Wow. I was one of those students back in the 70s and 80s, but yes, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Mexico City has about, I think it's 4 million students in public schools, but that's divided into 8 sub-districts. New York City really does not have any sub-districts. They do have management subsystems, but overall it's one system. So there was never a concerted effort of sort of like, how do we get information out to teachers of what the expectations are? They didn't make decisions about whether or not there were going to be Regents tests for months and months. Teachers thought they were still preparing students to take these Regents tests. There was no one knew how the hell they were going to take.
Those are the standardized tests that all the students in high school have to take. Yeah.
You have to take them.
Regents. To graduate, you have to pass this standardized test, which is a whole topic of conversation on its own.
Yeah, don't get me started.
Because those tests are culturally biased. And this is a school system which is extraordinarily segregated and extraordinarily the resource base of schools that are in poorer districts is much less than schools in richer districts. We're going to say you're tuned into Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. We'll be right back. You're tuned into Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm with Ron Russell, director of Epic Theater Ensemble, and a great theater educator in the city of New York. We're talking about schools and coronavirus. We're going to keep with Ron just for another 5 minutes here, and then we're going to bring his students on. So, Ron, describe the situation right now, though. You've said like that at first it was chaotic. Now, because the city was heralded for its response to coronavirus, right? It was saying, de Blasio did something right. Infection rates didn't go up. Blah, blah, blah. Talk about why that's not really the case.
Well, infection rates didn't go up because there is nobody in school. Now, of course, you know that now New York City has gone back to remote. But let's talk about the period from mid-September to till we went back to remote in late November. The attendance rates for students who were engaged in remote hybrid in some of the city's more under-resourced schools. Let's take Evander Childs campus, where I work. I work at 3 different schools on that campus.
So let me just break this down for people. Evander Childs is this huge school in the Bronx, and it's a building. It's a huge building. Yeah. And I've come there to do workshops with you and stuff and so forth. But it houses 3 different or 4 different schools, 6. Right? So there's 6 different schools inside this one building.
Yeah.
And how many students is that?
It's about 2,400.
2,400 students in 6 different schools in one building. You can imagine how much youthful energy is in that one
Right.
building. It's enough to blow the buildings across the street back by about 10 feet. Go ahead. Sorry, Rob.
So no, yeah. So I work with 3 of those schools consistently. I mean, most of those schools were looking at, when you just look at the statistics on who's actually coming to school, we're looking at numbers in the 20 to 30% attendance rate, right? That kind of range. So many classes.
Wait. 20 to 30% now as opposed to before.
Yeah, 20 to 30% over the last couple months, right?
And before, what was attendance rating at then?
82, 85.
So at any given day, you might have 2,200 or 2,000 students at the school.
2,000, yeah, exactly.
In normal times, pre-coronavirus.
Yeah.
And now how many?
Well, you'd probably have a total of 6 times 30, so maybe 180 total students in the building. Now, that's a little misleading because it's in shifts, right? So that's really, if I'm right on that number, which I'm close, I think, you'd have more like maybe 320 students attending. Now you have a whole other students who didn't opt in for remote, right? Who didn't plan to come at all and have been online. And the attendance rates there are closing in on more like 60 to 70%. So they're a little bit better. They're kind of, funnily, what you mentioned, they're kind of New York in the 70s. That's what attendance was like in the 70s, right? We've managed over time to really pull those numbers up to closer to like 85%, even 90% at some schools. So that the online rates aren't terrible. It's the fact that these remote hybrid students are not coming to school and they are not attending online classes either. They're really just not getting an education, right? And so the idea that the infection rate didn't go up is like, yeah, because there were only 3 or 4 students in a class, which I have no problem with. I wish all of our classes had 3 or 4 students in them, COVID or no. But the buildings aren't built for that, and the teachers aren't equipped for that. So what you're really having is you have this massive attrition rate. You've got thousands and thousands of students across the city who are just de facto dropping out of school. They may not be calling it that, but that's what it is. They are not going to pass.
And the city is not tracking them. They're not helping them. And in schools is really the place where these students have access to so many other things besides school, right? Lunch. I mean, talk about how these kids are now completely cut off.
Yeah, exactly.
From everything else in their life.
Exactly.
Talk about how that exactly has changed their means of socialization. And
we have made schools the one place in many communities where there is any sense of civic connection for young people and for families, right? And instead of running with that, instead of running with the idea that our schools could become health centers, right? They really could become the centerpiece of our efforts. Instead, they went back to the same old nonsense of we're disorganized, we don't have the money, we don't know where to pull the resources from. There should have been such a massive dump of money into the public schools. I mean, listen, there should have been this forever, right? We were so under-resourced. But the first step should have been money for the public schools to figure this out. Instead of having less staff, every school should have 3 staff members. A school of 400 kids should have 3 staff members whose only job it is to go out and figure out where these kids are and why they're not coming to school. Right. And that's expensive because it's a safety issue too, right? They've got to be equipped for that. But without that, how are these kids supposed to get into school? You know, they're lost. They don't have internet. They don't have devices.
And that's something that's not being even reported on.
No, I know. Well,
that's why we're reporting.
That's right. Because that's exactly what we need is for people to realize the depth of the problem. You mentioned New York City's segregation problem. That alone, I could speak forever on. New York City is the most segregated public education system in the world. That's just a fact. There's no one even close. Like, it is incredible the level of segregation. It's incredible what standardized testing has done to infiltrate that, or I shouldn't say infiltrate, to harden that, right? To crust that over and make it almost impossible to break. So the situation in the schools because of COVID has been deeply worsened. But at base, you have a very serious problem that no politician in the city is really attempting to handle. They're not even getting close to it.
So my next 2 questions, which are sort of a hybrid question and a segue. So number 1, who do you lay this problem's blame at the feet of, right? Is it the governor? Is it the mayor? Is it city council? Is it the state senate? Because certainly we've had many members of the state senate and other city government offices on this program, which
Yeah.
I'd be more than happy to reach out to and talk to directly to. Number one, I'm sure you're in touch with them as well. But I mean, number two, so what does Epic Theater Ensemble do to address these problems? What is your program? Tell us about the program, then we'll bring the students on who are amazing.
Cool. I have trouble with the idea of trying to figure out where to lay the blame. I have to be honest with you. That's why I was saying I've sort of lost my faith, because I feel like right now what it is revealed to me is that we have not had a serious conversation about education, that we've been stumbling along. Because, you know, when crises happen, that's when you realize, like, oh no, there was a strategic plan. We had just gotten off of it. Do you know what I mean? And now we have to return.
Right.
I think what this revealed was, no, we haven't had a plan for years. You know what I mean? Like, we've just been hoping for the best and struggling along and hoping that individual principals, individual students, right? Like the students you're going to meet, extraordinary young people who make sure that they use the education system, right? Jonathan Cazal talks about the idea that students in American public education systems and under-resourced schools are often heroes, and we brag about that. We have whole dinners about the heroes because they were homeless and this and this. And his point is, like, why the hell should young people have to be heroes in order to get an education? That's a human right. Like, you really shouldn't be worried about whether or not they're being heroic in working their way through it. Epic's stance is essentially that always is about overcoming obstacles to access, right? That's where we begin. We're trying to level the playing field. We're trying to say, instead of looking at a student, a young person, as someone who's lacking something individually, right? Instead of a deficit-based model, we start from the idea that the students that we're reaching are the ones who really are out there, that we need to be out there trying to change America. They have the capacity, they have the brains, they have the talent, they have the grit, they raise their hand for opportunity again and again and again. They're the people who we need to make into leaders, instead of thinking like what they don't have. The deficit model, then we turn towards the school and say, what is the school missing that Epic can provide? Whatever that might be. Artistic opportunities, opportunities for political expression, money, right? We're pulling in our programs. We do charge schools, and that's important to us that we charge schools. Schools have to have some skin in the game if they're going to work with a company like Epic. We don't do one-offs. We work with schools years and years and years at a time. One of our schools we co-founded in 2004. We've been there since, right? One of the schools we're going to meet two of the students from. So,
and how many schools do you work with, and how many students do you work with?
Generally, in a year, we work with about 7 schools and about 1,600 students.
1,600.
Yeah, 1,000.
And a staff of only a few people. How many staff?
5 to 7 full-time on average, and about another 12 part-time seasonal folks, artists, you know.
Okay. So let's, for further description of the programs, let's bring in the students. You're tuned into Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. We'll be right back. You're tuned into Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox, and with Ron Russell, Executive Director of Epic Theater Ensemble, and 3 of the students we're going to bring in just a moment. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves, but I'll tell you their names. Kiora Wallace, Liana Morales, and Kayla Villanueva. They're 3 of the people who've been through Epic's program and who are either still in high school or in college now, because I understand that Epic does, is a great pathway to higher education as well. So Kiora, Liana, and Kayla, why don't you one at a time introduce yourselves? Thank you so much for being on Staying Home, and tell us where you're coming from.
Make sure you take your mic off, and let's start with Kiora.
Yeah, everyone's good. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. My name is Kiora Wallace. I am an Epic Theater alum, actually, and I currently attend SUNY Oneonta as an English major.
Great. Kayla, you want to go next?
Okay. Hi, my name is Kayla. I am a recent Epic alumni. I am a freshman of SUNY Oneonta as a theater major.
Hi, my name is Liana Morales, and I'm a current student at Urban Assembly School for the Performing Arts as a vocal major. I'm a senior.
Great. So
go ahead, sorry, Rob.
Oh no, I was just going to say all 3 students have gone through Epic's in-school programs where we work in English and history classes and work on like human rights issues through theater or science ethics. We have a program in science ethics. So they've worked with us for 4 years in their schools. They all then self-selected to do Remix, which is our after-school program. These are 3 big Remix stars for many years. I think all 3 of them did Remix all 4 years, if I'm getting it right. Although Kayla is a superstar. She graduated from 3 years in 3 years from high school, so she only did Remix for 3 years. They're also in our arts leadership program called Epic Next, where they have been working all summer for many summers, training and building plays about social justice issues, specifically educational inequity issues, touring those plays all around the country. They've performed at 7 international venues and about 43 different cities around the country with issues of educational inequity, from lack of funding. Kiora worked on a piece that had to do with race and funding. Kayla worked on a piece about gender discrimination and bullying and bias. And Liana is got a piece that's really blowing up right now called Default, which is about culturally responsive sustaining education and its role in giving students a chance to see themselves mirrored in the curriculum.
Wow, amazing. So first, let's start, I guess, with Kiora. Tell us about Remix. Tell us about that program. What is that about? For people who don't know, what happens? Tell us.
Okay, so Epic Remix is a summer program that Epic does. It's kind of selective, but not really, because Ron loves us all. We all join him for the summer. We go to a college and we do, well, it's a theater program, so we do things that help like strengthen our abilities as artists. We do like directing workshops, we do writing workshops, we do acting workshops and things like that. But in the second part of Epic Next, which is Cure 2, we put together a show where we interview people and actually get like their perspective on an issue that we select in the beginning. For my tier 2, we were actually broken up into 2 groups. It was like kind of post-election, so my group was talking about like, the racial climate in America at the time, because it was like post-Trump. And another group did a piece about school segregation that Ron was talking about earlier, called Laundry City. I was extremely lucky. I was able to participate in both.
Huh. So were you acting or were you writing? Talk about the structure of the pieces, because some of them isn't it sometimes structured on like classic work, like on Shakespeare or something like that?
Yeah. So Kiora, why don't you talk about the next pieces? How did you build the next pieces, and then we'll get Liana to talk about the remix pieces that use Shakespeare. Kiora, how did you build the devised pieces, the next pieces?
Okay, so the next pieces, it's basically we all come together and we basically just kind of have like a rant session, for lack of a better term. It's like, you know what I really hate about America? And then it's like, yeah, I hate that too. It's like, why don't we do this? Like, why doesn't the government do this? Why don't the teachers do this? We should write a play. And that's big. That's
exactly what I do. I say, that's how all of ours are. So tell us, what are the things that you addressed? Tell us what are the things that you addressed.
Okay, so Epic Next I did it for 3 summers. So the first summer.
No, tell us about the play. What were the things that you hated about America that you felt like you had to put in a play?
Why don't you talk about the one you did with Nalaja?
Okay, so that one we did with Nalaja, it was about racial profiling in police. It was very Black Lives Matter inspired. Basically, what it was a piece about this neighborhood cop. He worked in the neighborhood, everybody loved him. But one day his partner had pressured him into shooting an innocent African-American boy. And it was basically how the community kind of responded to that, because he felt really bad and he didn't know what to do. But then he was like, oh, it was an accident. And the neighborhood was like, really, was it? Was it really an accident? Or are you becoming one of them? Like, are you the enemy now? And he's like, no, I'm not the enemy. You guys know me. And it's like, but do we really know you? That piece just kind of centered around like racial stereotypes. We had like these little in between scenes that weren't as heavy. That was like kind of a play on racial stereotypes. There was this one scene about a job interview, and they had people of different ethnicities come in, and they had the people present themselves as they would as a job interview, but the person doing the interview was seeing them as their stereotype, which was portrayed by a different actor. So they had a black come in, and he came in and he's just doing the interview, but somebody behind him is like, he's doing a really obnoxious black scent. He's complaining about his Jordans. He's like, oh nah son, I don't want to do that. They had a woman come in, and she, of course, she's ready for the interview. They had someone behind her. It's like pulling her shirt down, like showing her cleavage, being like overly flirtatious. And of course, like the actual actor wasn't doing that. It was just the way the person doing the interview was portraying them. It showed like biases between like gender and race in the workplace.
Sounds amazing. And this you worked on with Nilaja Sun, who's an Obie award-winning actor, incredible performer. I've seen her show No Child, which is inspired by her work with Epic.
Yeah,
I believe,
that's
right?
exactly right.
So let's move on. Thank you so much for that. Let's talk about one of the other projects. I forget who was next. Ron,
Liana, why don't you talk a little bit about, Liana loves to remix Shakespeare. That's one of her favorite things, is to hit Shakespeare and remix it. So why don't we talk about it?
Well, Ron and I one of our first collaborations was on the Scottish play many years ago. So I'm a big Shakespeare fanatic. Thank you so much. Let's talk about Shakespeare. Liana.
Okay, so Shakespeare Remix is a program. It's an after-school program where we decode and we delve into Shakespeare text and we completely remix it. We put in our own writing. Well, in my school, because it's a performing arts school, we go songs and dances. It becomes really performative. And basically, we try to tackle the social and political aspects of the play and see what we can take from it. And we just completely make it our own.
So give us a good example of a Shakespeare piece that you worked on.
What's been your favorite? I mean, they're hitting 12th night right now, but it's early days. So what's been your favorite that you've worked on so far?
Oh, like my favorite Shakespeare play that I've been in?
You've remixed over the past.
Okay, the Scottish play. I played one of the witches.
For those people who don't know, in the theater world, we say the Scottish play. I will say the name of the play.
You're gonna break the Zoom, dude. You're gonna break the
Zoom. Well, we're on Zoom. I don't know how this would work. I mean, I'm not officially in a theater, but it's Macbeth. That show. The only time I'm going to say it. I played it 3 times. Ron directed me as the lead. Actually, way back when in the 90s. Talk about the Scottish play, Liana.
Okay, so when we were doing McBeasy, that's what me and my friends call it. We call it McBeasy, so that's what I'm going to use. When we were doing McBeasy, I played one of the weird sisters, the witches, and we decided to tackle the pharmaceuticals and obviously the corruptness with the pharmaceutical companies and addiction of drugs and how it can play into somebody and basically destroy a human person and the effects of it. It's kind of reminds me of Requiem of a Dream, that movie. It kind of gave me that
movie. Yeah, sure. So you used the Shakespeare play and infused into it a modern context.
Yes.
What about let's give an example, Liana, because people are always like, how much Shakespeare text, how much new text, and it varies very much with every project. What did you do with the Weird Sisters? Those were mostly songs, and did you mostly use Shakespeare's text in those songs?
I mean, so we had one of the people that played my weird sister, her name is Joanne Hernandez. She wrote like most of the songs, not all of them, but she wrote a lot of she wrote all of the Weird Sister songs except for one. The double scene, double with toil and trouble. That was put instead of like a spell, acting, we made it a song. And so I contribute like a beat. And then we made a melody and we just flowed with it. So it's kind of like we will take a Shakespeare text, either make it into a song or we just put our own writing into it. Or I know one of the scenes that I was in, it was after the whole banquet scene. So I was the person who rewrote the whole banquet scene and I added Shakespeare text. I wrote my own text and it was just like a lot of mixture. So like Ron said, it like varies. It could be like 50-50 or, it really depends on what the people in the group are producing and are writing.
A lot of people don't understand that Shakespeare himself was political. A lot of his projects, not all of them, but certainly the tragedies were to address a political crisis of his time. And he actually took the plots from previous plays, right, from the Greeks. So Shakespeare would do the same thing. He was also remixing in a way himself. What is the point of that? Like you're obviously you're getting for you, you're getting some self-expression out of it, but you're trying to impact a social conversation. Tell me about the motivation to for you as the actor or as the writer, as the performer, to do this type of work, and how's it different from your regular experiences?
So I feel like Epic has done a lot for me, especially the remix program. The first year I joined remix, I was super scared to act on stage. And so just being in Epic got me out of that fear, thankfully. But
It's tough.
Within Epic, when we're doing Shakespeare pieces about this like social political aspects, it's something that you don't expect with Shakespeare.
Right.
Like when you first see it, you think Romeo and Juliet, like anybody. And I feel like it's motivated me in a way that I want to keep doing work like this, creating devised pieces and creating work like this and keep indulging in Shakespeare. And it's just motivated me as a performer to just keep going. And like, okay, you've done this. Like, this is something that you never thought you would do. Okay, now what can you do next?
Right. So it gives you the confidence to make your own work, and
Yeah.
probably learning a lot about dramatic structure as well, right?
Yeah.
Learning about the nuts and bolts of making a play. That's the most important thing that I think you can do.
Yeah.
So let's move on, and we'll come back to you in a second. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm with Ron Russell, Kayla Villanueva, Kiora Wallace, and Liana Morales from Epic Theater Ensemble. Kayla, talk about some of your work, the work that you've done with Epic.
Yeah, Kayla, what do you think is missing in the conversation so far? What's Epic been powerful for you in terms of leadership and stuff?
I think they kind of talked a lot about what the Epic does. For me personally, Epic just brought me out of my shell. I had an interest in theater a little bit going into high school, and that was actually one of the main reasons I picked. Epic was one of the main reasons I actually picked my high school, Bronx High School for Writing and Communication Arts, because I was told of all the cooperation and the chances I'd have to speak my own mind. I think that's very important, is that Epic doesn't let us hold back. We're able to speak our mind whenever and about whatever topics are passionate about. And I think when it comes to remix, when we remake Shakespeare pieces, what shocks me so much is when we're able to take a piece from so long ago and make it about something that's happening today. Like one of my favorite pieces was Julius Caesar, we did last year.
Okay.
And it was after the Trump election, but kind of like Trump was reelected almost. It was it was a different guy, Julius Caesar, but it was almost as if Trump was elected again. And I just thought it was so cool seeing the history of how we took a piece from so long ago and we're able to connect it to young people like us and get it out to us and in a way we understand it by giving it our voice that we can hear.
How important is it for you to... Sorry, go ahead, Ron.
I just wanted to point out that remixes are performed for, thousands of people. The audience is quite large, and it's mostly people who've never seen a professional play. It's all 80%.
I have to say, I've been to some of these performances, right? Just because I was curious, and it is some of the most vital and alive, enthusiastic theater you're going to see in New York City, right? Like, you can go to Broadway where people are paying like thousands of dollars for tickets, but then you go see one of these shows that Epic is putting on, and the whole neighborhood, right, is coming to the show, and you've got a packed house, and you guys are up on stage. Sometimes you're up on stage, just you, but sometimes you're up on stage with professional actors from New York City, and that crowd is going wild. They're talking back to the stage. They're really enthusiastic, participating. That's what you want to feel like in the theater. You want to feel like you're in something alive. But Kayla, back to what you were saying about history. How has this sense of history that you got maybe from Shakespeare, you got from this having a historical context for the work that you're doing, how has that helped empower you in this moment now? Can you talk a bit about that?
Yeah, I think nowadays it taught me that we honestly didn't change that much. Like if we honestly, like if we really sit back and we think about what we're arguing now, it's slightly different. Like, no, they might not be arguing about who has the new iPhone, but they were arguing about new technology and the people and whether or not people could go into places just like we are now on who can go where, who could say what when, and who's right and who's wrong. And they were doing the same thing back then. And I just think it was what I learned is we haven't changed and we have to be the people for change because we just assume that history change happens over time with no action. And I feel like we got to learn that we have to put in the action. So I learned that I have to put in action in order to get out results.
Good, great way for me to ask the next question. For anybody, open the floor. What are the changes you want to see now? Whether those are changes in New York City, changes to the school system, or just changes in America or changes in humanity. Tell me, what are the things that you want to change? What are the dreams that you have? This is a moment of coronavirus where we've all had to look inside a lot, right? And it's also a moment to dream bigger, dream a bigger society. Tell me the things that you'd like to see change, whether those are things in America, things in New York City, things in the public school, things from the plays or not, from your own lives. What are the changes you want to see in the future right now? Anybody can start.
Okay, I'm gonna start.
Go for it.
I was a co-writer on a piece about this default that Ron talked about.
Okay.
Culturally responsive pedagogy. The public school system needs to change, and it needs to change fast because we're living in a time where students are not even seeing themselves represented in these textbooks, in these readings, and anything that they're doing, especially specifically Black and brown schools. You see, like, personally from students of color, like Black students and Latinx students, you see that our history, we first began as slaves. That is not the truth. But we're learning through a Eurocentric point of view, America's point of view, and obviously there's some bias towards that. I feel like the public system needs to change. The public school system needs to change. Like, students, there's so many things, policing in schools, the over policing in schools. I also wrote this summer past, I wrote a piece about that, about over policing in majority Black and Latinx schools. And you see the difference of a majority white and Asian school, a school like LaGuardia. We're gonna say this. We're gonna use this as an example. My school, Urban Assembly School for the Performing Arts, and LaGuardia, both performing arts school, both have extremely talented students, but obviously one is completely underfunded. My school is underfunded and over policed. And you see how that affects the students in everyday lives. And I love my school. I completely do. They do as much as they can for us, and we work with the money that we got. And I'm so grateful for my school, and I'm so grateful for my principal because she tries her hardest. But obviously, there's only so much you can do when you're completely underfunded. And so
and you're stigmatized by the police. You're stigmatized by the police being in the school.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just, yeah. Obviously, we've made friends. Sometimes we made friends with these police officers. Sometimes they're just doing too much. Like, right. The first day of school, I understand this is a safety hazard, but I got a sharpener taken away. A sharpener.
Right. A pencil sharpener.
A sharpener.
Well, and Liana did a lot of research this summer about how many students have had their inhalers taken away. Asthmatic students have had their inhalers
and their picks
confiscated. Like, I mean, a lot. It's not like a occasional thing that happens. It's a very major problem where, safety versus security.
I went to a school in New York City that was, I don't even remember but it was a highly integrated school. And if you were late to school in the wintertime, they would take your coat from you. The cops would take your coat and you'd be freezing. Anyway, never mind. Let's talk about this. Kiara, let's ask you one other of you guys. What are the things you want to see change?
Ooh, that's a big one.
And you only have 2 minutes to do it, so you can do it.
Oh, okay. So this one actually goes like hand in hand into another thing we worked with Malaja. Over quarantine, it's like the rise of like Black Lives Matter. I've noticed a lot of like new allyship, which is great, but I've also noticed a lot of false allyship, which I really, really hate. I just wish people would just be like more honest, just like be more honest like with about themselves and just with other people, and it's like no, you do see color and you're racist, and that's fine. You can say that, like just move over so I can do what I need to do for the advancement of my people, you know. It's like you don't have to lie. If that's how you feel, just step aside so we can do the work, because you're trying to speak, because and there's a lot of like white saviors and people who are like, yeah, Black Lives Matter, you shouldn't treat them like this, and it's like, actually that's not exactly what we're talking about, but thank you for the enthusiasm. It's I just want people to be more honest and like look inside themselves. It's like, no, I'm not bothering you because I mean, I'm bothering you because you're racist, and that's something you need to fix. Like, it's not my job to tell you why the N-word offends me. It's not my job to tell you why you can't touch my hair. You have the same books that I got, you got the same internet I got. It's up to you to teach yourself on how to treat me. It's not my job to teach you how I should be treated. And if you don't know, and if you don't want to do the work, then just step aside, because somebody who will, and those are the people that I need to align myself with, because those are the people who are going to help us make real change in this country.
All right. Well, I'm pretty sure we're very close to being out of time. Does anyone have a last? Thank you so much for these.
Kayla, you got like,
is there a last word?
what are you going to change,
Kayla?
Kayla?
The only thing I guess I want changed is I want a more active voice for the teens and the younger people, because we are the people who are going to make the future. And I think the adults and older people have to realize that their lives and their history is already made. And now it's our turn to make the history. Let us hear our voices.
Nice.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, all of you, for being on the program today. And we'll check back in with this, because listen, this show has had a very strong emphasis on youth culture on Fridays for Future, on the youth who are fighting climate change. I think it's so important that your voices are heard. And thank you, Ron, for setting us up with these incredible youth leaders. I don't know how you want me to refer you to, but like, these are voices that are vital, that need to be heard. And certainly in the school system right now in New York City, which is doing everything it possibly can to cover up the fact that it's falling apart and needs attention. These are the answers, right? It's programs like what Epic Theater Ensemble is running, and also the programs that y'all are going to create. Because I remember, whatever it was, a long time ago, when Ron and I were in college, is when Ron started this stuff. So he was your age when he started doing this stuff. So it's on you all now. All right, thanks everybody for being with us.
Thank you, Josh. We appreciate the opportunity. Thanks. It was nice talking to you.
Absolutely, 100% love it. Thank you so much. I'll be back with you again in the future.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Welcome into the conversation. I am your host, Adrienne Lawrence, and today we're joined by Washington, D.C. attorney who happens to also be a member of the D.C. Police Reform Commission and also the executive director of D.C. Justice Lab. Welcome in, Patrice Sultan. Thanks for joining us, Patrice.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for caring so much about these issues.
Oh, absolutely, without question. So let's first talk about DC Justice Lab. So as far as I understand it, the organization, it's comprised of law and police experts who develop strategies and solutions for really making sweeping change to the district's criminal legal system. But can you really put that into concrete terms so that our viewers understand what DC Justice Lab efforts are?
Yes, so we're a criminal justice policy shop in DC focused on DC. And what sets us apart is really the degree to which we're trying to change our criminal legal systems here. We're talking about monumental changes from the start of the system to the end of the system.
And I know you say from start to end. What does that kind of thing entail in terms of like those concrete measures that you are making changes for?
Yeah, so the things that we're fighting for hardest right now include placing severe limits on police authority in the district, fully overhauling all of our criminal laws and penalties, and abolishing the use of solitary confinement and other torture chambers in our local jail.
And okay, so I don't fully appreciate why solitary confinement might be so opposed to, but can you speak to why that is something that we do not want to continue on in our criminal justice system?
Absolutely. Our local Department of Corrections uses what they call safe cells. A person is stripped fully naked. The lights are on full brightness 24 hours a day. They don't have access to running water. And sometimes people are there for months at a time without access to visitors. And they don't even know what day it is. The use of solitary confinement has exploded during the pandemic in facilities all over the country because people are using it as a substitute for medical isolation. And a lot of people have been in medical lockdown and confined to their own cells for as much as 23 hours a day.
Oh my God, that's really jarring to hear, because even it's just the thought of the lights being on full bright, because having been in a number of studios just doing this TV work, the thought of being subjected to those lights at all point in time, that's wild. And so this isn't considered like an Eighth Amendment cruel and unusual punishment, offense?
Well, most facilities across the country, unfortunately, still use solitary confinement. There is a national effort to end the practice called Unlock the Box. And I'm hoping that DC won't be the only place to make efforts to reform this in the new year.
Wow, well, thank you for enlightening us to that, Patrice, because I was completely unaware that goes on. And I know DC is currently, it has the highest incarceration rates, yet one of the lowest ranked criminal codes and one of the most racially imbalanced systems of justice in the United States. And I know you spent the last 2 years rewriting the criminal code in response to these infirmities. So kind of what was that experience like?
Yes, DC is in the process of rewriting its entire criminal code. I was very lucky to be a part of that process leading up to the launch of DC Justice Lab. And it's something that a lot of states should do. DC's criminal code hasn't been rewritten in full since 1901. And that's true in a lot of states. The best we've seen is some states in the 60s and 70s adopted a model penal code. But as you know, our values have changed a lot since then, right? The model penal code from the 60s and 70s, for example, has a marital exception to rape. That didn't actually change nationwide until 1993. So it's time for us to really revisit our values and design codes that reflect them.
Oh, absolutely, without question, especially if these are going to be governing how we live and interact as people. And I know also in DC that nearly 90% of people incarcerated in local jails are Black, although Blacks only account for about 45% of the city's population. And this is really just a reflection of the inequities that are within our society. So how do you think the justice system can be changed to reduce these inequities?
Yeah, that is true across the board in our system. It's 90% Black when you look at who's being surveilled, who's being policed, who's being stopped, arrested, prosecuted, incarcerated. And I think what we have to do is start talking about the hard cases. It's somewhat easy to talk about nonviolent offenses, drug offenses, juvenile delinquency. But if we're serious about reversing mass incarceration, we have to start talking about violent crime, gun crime, sex crime, and young adult offenders, or people who have committed offenses as young adults, I should say.
Sorry, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I just think that, those are the harder cases to talk about. And the reason that we have mass incarceration isn't just the number of people that we have in prisons, it's that we're keeping people there for way too long without any opportunity to earn their way home.
Yeah, and absolutely. And as we're seeing more individuals be exonerated, also we learn of these stories of people being housed for so long without necessarily having the due process that they deserve. It makes us really relook at our justice system, which is important. And I know that the DC Council, it's really on the verge of releasing offenders under this Second Look Amendment Act. And if this act is passed, people who committed crimes before the age of 25 can ask a judge for early release once they've served 15 years of their sentence. And I understand also that you advocated for this bill, and I want to know why.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So we were a member of a coalition called Thrive Under 25. And when you think about sentencing, of course, a judge can't see 15, 30, 50 years into the future to see who the person they're sentencing is going to grow into in adulthood, or to see what we're going to look like as a society at that point in time. So what this bill does is it gives the court an opportunity to look again at that person's sentence, and it gives the person an incentive to create a record, establish a record for why they should get to go home.
And that's really cool, especially because it creates ways to open change, because after you've been confined for a nice period of time, you have a lot of time to think, but also to grow, especially if you committed offense as a younger person. So making way for that and taking advantage of that is a good thing. Do you think that this is something that will pass in the district?
It passed our city council. We have an extra hurdle because we don't have statehood yet. But what I'm really hoping is that it will catch on other places. This is the first jurisdiction to pass a law like this.
That is very cool. And I also know that you and I are friends, and we are former law school classmates and chums. And you are a staunch prison abolitionist. And we've gone back and forth in DMs and Twitter because I am Princess Punish these mofos. So help me and the other viewers like me understand what the prison abolitionist movement is about and why we need it.
Sure. So first, I think we have more in common than we do differences on this point. When I say that I'm an abolitionist, what I mean is that I really want to live in a world where we don't have to rely on police and prisons as the salvation for all of our social harms. I want to live somewhere that we have put the social supports in place to prevent crime and to address conflict without relying on those very violent interventions, as I described earlier. Do I think we're there yet? No, there is a lot of building that we have to do as we tear down, but I think it's a really worthy goal. And I know that where we agree is that our current system is much too big, much too black, much too expensive for us to continue on the path that we're on now. And I'm hoping that people will continue to join this movement that's really, really had a groundswell this year to rethink our carceral systems and how we punish and who we punish.
And the thing is, I won't fight you on that, because I realize that most of my mentality comes from retribution. I'm very, very well aware of my limitations, and I actually think that you're right, because you're just far more level-headed than me when it comes to this. Well, hey, I recognize when I have emotions in play. And so I make these decisions actually very well. But I guess we only have a few minutes left, but if you can tell us kind of, how do you think we can reach that point where we can make the change that we need to? What are these things that we need to put in play to make this abolitionist movement? Because in part, I do completely 100% agree that this is a capitalistic function, this prison system. So let's stop it while we can. And I'd still like to punish people when they act up. But I guess however we need to get here, let's get here.
Yeah, well, let's talk about policing. We have so much energy around the very sort of front end of policing, who we recruit, how we train them, and the back end, how do we oversee policing and how do we discipline officers. But we should really be placing severe limits on their authority in the first place and legislating when can they make pedestrian stops, traffic stops, when can they execute search warrants, and really thinking about where we want police to serve a role in our communities.
Yes. Oh, policing, that is its own can of worms. But thank you so much for joining us, Patrice. We really appreciate it. Can you tell the viewers where they can find you?
Yes, thank you. We are on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at DC Justice Lab. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
We're very honest that we're progressives. We call the Young Turks home of progressives, and we support progressive candidates.
There has been this reemergence of political activism, especially among young people.
This weekend was the second Women's March, both across the US and across the world. So these people are not simply marching, they're not simply talking, they're also running for office. And when they do run, they're gonna make a difference.
Joe Crowley is congressman from New York. He's very powerful. Why? He raised a lot of money. But there's someone finally challenging him.
We need to have representation that advocates as fiercely for working class people as possible from this seat.
If candidates like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez even get a little bit of media attention outside of what the Young Turks does, they have an excellent chance of winning. She's gonna win. She's gonna win.
68% reporting.
The majority of Americans want Medicare for all. So I don't care what you and your corporate cronies want. What I care about is what the American people want.
We believe in total change. Everything runs on donor money. And that is what we will fight, and that is exactly why they don't like us.
We're having fun, it's election night!
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has defeated Joe Crowley.
Here we go again!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Down goes Crowley! Down goes Crowley! Down goes Manafort! Down goes Cohen! Women came out in record numbers in the primaries. They said, you'll be lucky to get one candidate. We now have 12 that have won their primaries. Bezos and Amazon announcing that they are going to go to a 15-hour minimum wage.
We're making progress. Let's keep going.
Many of these women made history.
The biggest victories, all women of color. Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, Sharice Davids and Deb Haaland.
And I want to go to Congress because I want to change those things.
I'm calling it. Jamal Bowman has won. Down goes Engel. Down goes Engel.
For a long time, we have not had progressives in power. It's going to be something to behold.
Welcome to Happy Half Hour, everybody. After a week of soul-crushing news, we break out the good stuff. Good news, good videos, good people, and of course, drink good alcohol. That's the worst thing I've ever had.
This
That's
is the best show.
Full disclosure, we did do a shot right before the show began. It says,
Let's
flamingo.
Flamingo.
The reason you had trouble with that word is it's not a word.
Okay.
This is the one of everything.
I've got a rash. Could I just put it on that to see if it'll take it off?
What did you used to think this was?
Bull piss.
Drink it, swallow it,
No.
spit it. Oh, that's needed after a day like this. Cheers to Brett Ehrlich. Climax. Uranus smells like farts. Because of course it does. This is the worst sketch ever of a perp. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They found the guy. This is Sophie's super happy dog story of the week.
This dog is so precious and deserves the world. I'm just not drinking that beer.
Here's my dog. This is Onyx.
Yeah, I would just say that he's exotic because he's not your traditional dog. Still 12 out of 10 because they're all good.
Well, if that made you happy, just wait till you see the best thing ever of the week. There is a woman who moves like a horse.
Why do I want to go home and like try this?
We're actually going to show you the running butthole challenge right now. What's happening? No, that's just wrong in every way. And we'll see you next time.
It's Adrienne Lawrence coming back at you, and I'm joined by someone who you may already know. Well, this is Beth Burden. She's an attorney and FOIA force behind the formidable former TYTer Ken Klippenstein. Welcome in, Beth.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Now, Beth, you and Ken Klippenstein have become a force when it comes to obtaining government information under the Freedom of Information Act, better known as FOIA. But you do this all pro bono and for free. So what inspires you to represent Klippenstein in these legal battles?
There's a lot that I didn't know about national security issues. And I think reading Ken's articles is what really got me into it. And then one day he said, hey, would you be interested in helping? And it sort of clicked with some of the work that I do in my day job. So I said, yeah, absolutely. Let's do this. And so now I'm, I guess, Ken's muscle.
And muscle indeed, because I know you've won some really impactful cases, which we'll get to very soon. But also, I was wondering in terms of like your knowledge base, and now you're in the FOIA space, kind of just getting out there to help Ken and to really advance journalism. Did you find that it was a steep learning curve?
It's not as steep as I expected it to be. I had already been asking for public records from a lot of local law enforcement agencies. So I had a local and a state base to start from. There is a lot to learn, but there's a lot of people out there doing it, and it's out there on a FOIA wiki as well, which is just an incredible wiki. Really recommend it for anyone that's looking to submit their own requests. And so I'm still learning, and I will always have something to learn, but it wasn't as difficult as I expected.
Well, you definitely have a leg up because you are doing so well. And as I understand, you and Ken recently won a big case in Florida courts, ordering that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement really has to release these documents on intelligence practices. So how impactful was that ruling?
Well, we think that we probably would have gotten only half of the things that we wanted, and that it would have been at least 6 months down the road, heavily redacted. And what we're hopeful for is minimal redactions here from the arguments that were made during the hearing. And we will have the documents no later than 5 p.m. on December 31st. And that's huge for Ken because much of the value of these documents is lost once the Biden administration comes in.
That's a really good point. And I know that Ken is going to turn that around into a very important piece that's going to shed a light on what the Trump administration has been into. And so that's super helpful for all of us, which is amazing. And I also know that, many people may not realize that FOIA fights aren't your day job. If I understand this correctly, you're currently assigned to the Major Crimes Division at the Public Defender's Office in Florida, where you represent people charged with first and second degree murder, which is pretty intense. So how has having this ground level view of the criminal justice system really shaped you?
Starting from the criminal justice system, I already had a poor view of government and how the government treats people. And FOIA just reinforces that. And it intersected with a death penalty case that I had. Eventually we had to conflict off, but my client was alleged to have entered the US illegally, been deported and come back. And we need those records for mitigation. And the government didn't want to give it to us, even though he signed a document, because clients aren't always the best person to know exactly all of the answers that the government wants filled out on these forms to get your alien file. So it just happened to mix really well. And that's why I really wanted to get into it, because it can and will help with my death penalty mitigation work. So it just is perfect for me, really.
Wow, and the thing is I don't know that a lot of people appreciate how important mitigating evidence is in capital cases, because that could make the difference between, life or death. And so in terms of explaining that to people, I guess, how can you really help people understand essentially the barriers that the government is unfortunately putting in place here?
Well, it's not only barriers to receiving the information that you want and need, it's also receiving it in a timely manner. Judges don't like to hear, I'm still waiting on documents from the Veterans Administration. They don't want to hear US Customs and Immigration Services aren't responding to my requests for his file. That's not something that they're concerned with. They want us to hurry up. I can't hurry it up, but with litigation, I can. And that's doing these cases and filing these cases for Ken is helping me to know what kind of timeline I'd be looking at with the lawsuit, which isn't a lot better than waiting on the documents to come and hoping, but it is somewhat better.
Absolutely. And also, I'd love to explore a little bit more about the capital cases that you work on, in part because we've seen so many individuals be put to death right in these last few months of the Trump administration, in part where it's supposed to be a lame duck period. Also, we're supposed to be moving away largely just from the Trump administration, yet we have these individuals suffering. And as we learned these last few days, we have 2 inmates who are on death row who are supposed to be sentenced to death during the Trump administration who have tested positive for COVID. And yet the Department of Justice will not stop those executions. And I'm wondering, how does this resonate with you?
Well, obviously, I'm against the death penalty. I'm against rushing executions to try to meet some quota before you leave. There's a lot of controversy surrounding, in my work, surrounding the federal government looking to give alternate ways to go through with these executions. And I just think that as a society, when we have so many people who are death row exonerees, why do we trust this system to be right? And now you're rushing people to the death chamber. It needs a really hard look that it hasn't gotten, and I'm hopeful that it will once the Biden administration comes in.
Yes, I'm hopeful as well. Because you're absolutely right. When there is some doubt, especially when you have dissents from the Supreme Court saying we shouldn't do this until we've made sure that we are certain that all the evidence and the justice has been done, it really does make you rethink how our government is operating. And so I guess, what do you think that the system needs in terms of the Biden administration? What would you like them to know?
I would like them to know that there's so much junk science out there that's relied on in these cases, that witnesses aren't as reliable as judges give them the credibility for. It's presumed that a judge that's in the courtroom has the best opportunity to view the credibility, but it's been proven through experts time and again that witness reliability as to identification isn't as strong as the courts would make it out to be. So that's number one. Number two, you need to look at the way confessions are done. You need to look at the science that people are putting forward to say this is the proper science. And there's so much more that needs to happen that it just needs an entire overhaul.
Absolutely, and hopefully we will get that with the Biden administration, because you're absolutely right. It's nonsense, it's unfortunate, but also you'd like to think we were past these barbaric practices. Yet clearly they seem to be very much instituted and ingrained in our justice system, which is kind of an oxymoron because there is no justice there. But I know we only have about 2 minutes left. So if you don't mind sharing and you're able to share, what are the next FOIA things that you are working on right now?
Well, what I'd like to get into is we have a suit that we just filed against the Department of Justice, and it's just the perfect suit for Ken because it involves leakers. Crime reports get sent to the Department of Justice for the unauthorized leaking of classified information, for lack of better terms. And so we wanted the number that happens annually from 2009 to the present. And we also wanted those reports to see, who's leaking to the media and who are they reporting. So that's something we're really excited about that we just filed a couple of weeks ago.
Oh my God, that is like super exciting. Just hearing you say that. What state are you guys seeking that in?
We filed it here in Florida. I'm located in the Middle District of Florida, so that's where it's filed. And the lawsuit that we filed against the 8 national security agencies, that one's also filed here in the Middle District of Florida.
Oh, wow. Well, we'll definitely be interested in that and keep an eye on it. So thank you so much, Beth, for joining us. And also for your pro bono efforts that advance Ken Klippenstein's, his groundbreaking journalism, as we're all the better for it. And I know it's not cheap to file these cases and to continue to fight them. So can you please tell the viewers how they can support your work and Ken's work and make sure that it continues?
Oh, absolutely. I'm on Patreon. It's patreon.com/Beth Borden, and Borden is Bourdon. And there's no minimum or maximum to it. And we're using all of it to fight against the government.
Excellent. Thank you so much for joining us, Beth. Much appreciated.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to this special meeting of Orange County Board of Supervisors.
We've not yet been mandated to wear face masks up to this point, and there have been plenty of us not doing it, and yet we have not spread COVID-19 wildly out of control.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yet the virus did not take off.
Wrong.
And kill massive amounts of our population.
You're wrong.
Yet there's plenty of information from various doctors about how face masks are detrimental to the person wearing one.
What?
And in fact, there are reports of people from the use of them,
What?
collapsing a lung from face mask use, losing consciousness, and other serious health problems.
My brain is still in recovery mode from taking in so many high-level important ideas.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk and Anna with you guys. As always, in these hectic times, show stuff with news. There's no end to the amount of news that's happening based on COVID relief bills, Biden's incoming administration, Trump's outgoing administration, which doesn't realize they're outgoing. So all that is today. And I want to remind you, obviously, as we're coming up on Christmas week here, or we are in Christmas week. So you can give the gift of TYT. So you can go to tyt.com/gift. And apparently they're also giving you a gift for giving a gift. So you get a $5 discount from shoptyt.com. So it's apparently a good time to act. So check that out. And I love the idea of you guys spreading this to other progressives. And I say other right wingers and that, or right wingers, and that's great too. But you know what? The people you probably need to spread it to the most is mainstream Democrats that only watch cable news. Because I think those are the folks that are now going, wait a minute, I don't think what they're saying is exactly right, especially after I listen to progressive shows. All right, and of course, we're almost out of time. There's only 9 days or 10 days left for our almost year-long fundraising drive. We're almost at the end here. Let's show you where we are at the thermometer. And we were trying to get to 2 million. There's actually 106 more on that. because folks that sent in money directly to us. So we're almost there, but not that close. A little bit of both. Anyways, so if you can, guys, everybody who gives money becomes part of the change that we're trying to create. But if you can't, and it's tough times, obviously, take care of yourself and your family first. But we appreciate everybody. All right, Anna, let's get started.
All right, well, we begin with news regarding the coronavirus relief package. Congress is slated to pass a new coronavirus relief package after negotiations have ended with something that both chambers of Congress appear to agree on. Now, I want to be clear that regardless of what a headline say regarding $908 billion in new coronavirus relief spending, the fact of the matter is that the way the legislation has been written indicates that about $429 billion of unused money from the CARES Act will be repurposed as part of this relief package, which means that in terms of the relief package portion of this bill, about $479 billion is new funding for relief. Now, I give you those numbers because it's important to know what Congress has signed on for. And unfortunately, no reporter has seen the entirety of the language in this bill. Unfortunately, most members of Congress haven't seen the entirety of the language in the bill. They've just received the bill, and it's about 5,000 pages long, according to what Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says, and they're being pressured to vote in favor of it within hours. And so here's what we know so far. We know that it's tied to the $1.4 trillion omnibus spending bill for the fiscal year that began in October of this year. And so when you look at the final number, it's about $2.3 trillion. Now, what does it include? The relief portion of this, what does it include? Well, let's start off with the stimulus checks. As we know, Republican lawmakers fought pretty aggressively against providing direct checks to Americans. But now, according to what we know, the legislation includes $600 stimulus checks per person, including adults and children. That means a family of 4 would receive about $2,400 up to a certain income threshold. So this money will in fact be means tested. The amount of money a person receives in these direct checks will start to decrease, starting at $75,000 in the 2019 tax year, depending on their income, of course. Anyone who earned more than $99,000 in 2019 will get absolutely nothing in terms of a direct check. Now, the unemployment benefits are also included in this relief package, and they've been pared down even more, which is incredibly disappointing. Congress will extend unemployment benefits of up to $300 per week. The benefit would kick in as early as December 27th and run at least through March 14th. That means that Congress is providing only 11 weeks of unemployment. Remember that they originally were considering 16 weeks of unemployment. They whittled it down to 14, and then they finally ended up at only 11 weeks. So that's beyond disappointing, especially when you consider the fact that most Americans are not even gonna have access to the vaccine until late spring, early summer. So if congressional lawmakers are thinking, oh no, we're good now. I mean, we have a vaccine, everything's been solved. That's clearly not the case. The one upside of how the unemployment language is written is that the benefit will cover gig workers who traditionally are not covered under unemployment benefits. So that is a little bit of good news. There are other elements of this bill that I want to share with you, Cenk, but first, I'd love to hear your thoughts about what we know so far.
Okay, so first of all, I don't want people thinking that how they sprung it on the rest of the legislators is a small point. If you get a 5,000 page bill plopped on your desk and they say you're gonna vote in 2 hours, that means there's no way in the world you and your entire staff could ever read it in that 2 hours. That means only leadership decided what's in the bill. They basically are telling all of your representatives, especially the progressive ones, because the conservative ones will go along anyway, they're not an issue. Those guys, and I mean conservatives on the Republican and Democratic side, those guys almost never read the bill. So progressives are much more vigilant, so they want to go through and see what's right and wrong. And that's exactly why both Republican and Democratic leadership don't want them to read the bill. So they just go push it right through, jam, and then if they don't vote for it, you guys are against getting people unemployment, et cetera. So that's a trick, and it's an important trick. Secondly, look, I partly can't blame the press too much because of the situation that the bill is so large, and they just got it too. But they have to clarify this super important point that we're making here. If at least 429 billion is repurposed from the original CARES Act, and McConnell says it's more, but let's take the 429 number. That means this is not a $908 billion bill. It's a $480 billion bill. Now that's still a number, it's not the 1.8 that Pelosi turned down. It's not the 2.2 she proposed earlier. It's not the 3.4 they proposed before that. But just, you gotta be accurate about what the number is. And it doesn't appear that almost any of them are being accurate about it in terms of what's in this particular bill. I have more thoughts on what the particulars are, but Anna.
Yeah, no, and I think that is an important point, because when it comes to bailing out corporations or spending government resources on the wealthy, well, there's no problem. There's no real debate. But they certainly did nickel and dime Americans with how this relief bill has been written in regard to ordinary Americans, right? And so look at the short amount of time that people will get access to these unemployment benefits. Went from 16 weeks to 11 weeks. Obviously, the amount of money that they're going to receive per week has gone down from $600, which was in the CARES Act, to only $300. And keep in mind that many Americans are in desperate need of financial relief right now, right away, and to put out a $600 means-tested direct check at a time of absolute crisis is shameful, it's embarrassing, it's pathetic, and it's what you can expect from feckless lawmakers and greedy Republicans who are looking out for their corporate donors. Now, when it comes to small businesses, it's important to note that there is some money appropriated specifically for them, although understandably, there's concern that you're gonna have major corporations dip into this money as well, as they did with the CARES Act. The bill includes more than $284 billion for first and second forgivable Paycheck Protection Program loans, expanded PPP eligibility for nonprofit organizations and news outlets, and modifications to the program to serve small businesses, nonprofits, and independent restaurants. Now, churches and faith-based organizations will also be able to qualify for this money as they did with the CARES Act. I also want to note though, that businesses who take advantage of this money will get considerable tax benefits, considerable tax deductions. And we'll talk about that in more detail in an upcoming story on our show. But just for now, I think it's important to mention that businesses that receive PPP loans and had them forgiven will be allowed to deduct the costs covered by those loans on their federal tax returns. While the issue had been a point of contention, Senator John Thune said the costs would be deductible under the final agreement. Remember, that is tax-free money that small businesses were receiving as part of the PPP program. And so they're going to get two tax advantages through the way this legislation is written. The package also includes a tax break for corporate meal expenses, urged by the White House and denounced by Democrats. Dubbed the 3-martini lunch tax deduction by opponents, the tax break was promoted by Trump as a way to revive the restaurant industry. So the idea here is to encourage, corporate executives and people, with privileged jobs to go to restaurants to have, meetings and then deduct the bill because they're engaging in business. But there's definitely opportunity for abuse for this kind of tax deduction. And so this is what we get. This is what we're dealing with. Something that overwhelmingly benefits the privileged and nickel and dimes people who are in desperate need.
Yeah, so in terms of the particulars of the bill, I want to be clear. There's some things that are not great, as Anna just pointed out, including the 3-martini lunch tax exemption. That is not going to help restaurants. You're not going to have twice as many lunches. It's gonna help business interests. Let's keep it real, and mainly executives. And there's definitely really good things in the bill. So I wish they extended unemployment more, but they did extend it. I wish all the money in there that went directly to Americans was more, but there's some in there. They're paying for vaccine, so that's good. And they're helping small businesses, that's good. So full picture here, definitely some good stuff in there. Actually a small amount of bad stuff. There's one thing that isn't in there that's good, which is the liability issue, which the Republicans were trying to push for all the businesses to get. Now, having said all that, the number one issue is the size. So the Democrats said they were going to get $3 trillion worth of relief, and it's now gotten whittled down to less than $500 billion. And so our members are already writing in. Engineer writes in our member section about the unemployment insurance, 16 weeks to 14 weeks to 11 weeks of unemployment. Sounds like the master legislator is at work again. And that's right. And so now Pelosi, whittled down the amount to an amount she said, 4 times as much she said was unacceptable. And at every point in the negotiations, the Democrats honestly lost. And so to be fair, not every point, but almost every point. And they always reset after they move the goalposts. After McConnell says no to everything, then the press goes, okay, now we're not talking about 3, 2, or 1 trillion anymore. Now we're talking about just this tiny little field. And within that field, the Democrats got 1 or 2 things, and the Republicans got a bunch of other things. No, remember the original battle plan was to go for, like I said, nearly 10 times this amount, and they just couldn't get anywhere near it because, as usual, Democratic leadership is awful at politics and negotiating.
So there are other important points that I want to make about this legislation. First off, one positive outcome is that it will not include a corporate liability shield, meaning that it doesn't clear these corporations from liability if their employees get sick or die as a result of their negligence at the workplace, right? So the Tyson meatpacking plant story that we've been telling you guys about, those employees who are currently suing for wrongful death can continue to move forward with that lawsuit. And I think that's important considering the details of the allegations there. Also, there is an expansion, or I should say extension, of the eviction moratorium, which I think is certainly not enough, because what it does is it kicks the can down the road without really offering Americans the aid that they need in order to pay their rent. Because once that moratorium is lifted on January 31st, which is what's indicated in this legislation, people are gonna owe back rent to their landlords. And a recent study indicated that the average American who is relying on this moratorium is gonna owe about $5,400 in back rent as soon as the moratorium is lifted, and that's pretty disastrous. There are also some other things included in the government spending portion of this legislation that I want to share with you guys. About $1.4 billion has been appropriated for Trump's border wall, which I think it's a weird time to spend any resources on that. There's also $500 million for Israel in the package. There's no student loan relief included in the package. And there's also no funding for state and local government in the relief portion of the package. And so, no, I can't lie. Like there are certainly a lot of downsides to this, but lawmakers who want to do the right thing are kind of pushed or backed up into a corner because Americans are desperate. And as these negotiations continue, people are starting to get angry about, the fighting about, how long do certain benefits last? How much should certain benefits be? People are definitely insulted at the small amount of money that will be sent to them in direct checks. But overall, people are just in an incredibly desperate position right now.
Anna, are you, just to be clear here, the border wall funding and Israel funding, that's in the overall spending bill. That's not just the COVID.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So and I want to be clear in that, like, the reason why this is such a big bill is because it combines 2 different things: the government spending bill and the relief package. It groups it into one thing that they're going to vote on. Based on reports, they're going to vote on today.
And how much was that number again for the border wall in Israel?
So for the border wall, it's $1.4 billion. And I do know that that's part of the government spending bill, portion of the bill. And then the Israel money is $500 million. So $500 million for aid to Israel in this package.
Yeah. So I know that Republicans often say, why are we giving any money to any foreign country? Why don't we take care of our people here first? America first, right? then wait, why in the middle of a pandemic are we giving $500 million to Israel? Now, the reality is Israel gets way more than that over the course of a year. I mean, last I checked, it was $3 billion. It's probably increasing every year. So I don't know, it's a good question. So I know when countries suffer a catastrophe and we're the good guys and we come and help them, like Haiti, when they went through their natural disaster and other places, but I don't know why we're giving money for a border wall that is gonna stop immediately. Every dollar of that border wall is a total and utter waste. Biden is not gonna continue the wall. Nobody's gonna continue the wall. You might as well so there's no way that it's ever gonna get completed. So the 1.4 billion is a total and utter waste. You might as well flush down the toilet. And then they tell us we don't have money to do healthcare for everybody, and we don't have money for COVID relief, and on and on and on. And see, this is why people get frustrated, because Washington doesn't care about you. They care about their donors and an agenda that makes no sense. So I'm just gonna say it one last time. Pelosi started the negotiations at 3.4 trillion. They, in the House, passed a bill for 2.2 trillion. In new funding, right now, there's only 480 billion. So she got at most 15% of what she originally wanted. Any reporter who calls her a master legislator is not really a reporter. They're just a really, really sad sycophant for people in power.
Yeah, look, I'll say one final thing, and it's that Nancy Pelosi, and we'll talk about it in more detail later as well. Nancy Pelosi made purely a political calculation prior to the election, and that calculation was to turn down a more robust relief package that was being proposed by the White House because she knew that there was a possibility that it would help Donald Trump's chances of getting reelected. That's what it was really about at the end of the day. And that's the reason why she decided to reject that package and then immediately sign on to this slim package, this skinny package that doesn't give Americans the relief that they absolutely need. I understand the risk in doing what I think would have been the right thing in signing on to the original relief package. But I mean, when you consider the devastation that Americans are facing right now, you understand the weight of the issue. 8 million Americans have fallen into poverty since the last summer. That is insane. And they have been completely neglected by our lawmakers. I'm not placing all of the blame on Nancy Pelosi, but I do think she made a mistake prior to the election.
Yeah, no question. But let's be fair, Chuck Schumer also to blame.
Chuck Schumer, I mean, Mitch McConnell was not in favor of the White House package either, so it probably would have failed in the Senate anyway. But I think it would have been far more powerful for Pelosi to put the ball in McConnell's court and then aggressively campaign against him and his unwillingness to provide relief to Americans. But that's
all right. I'm going to say one last thing. That's Mitch. I don't blame Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell serves the rich and only the rich. So he actually, by his own standards, did a great job. He made sure that the American people got as little money as humanly possible and businesses got as much as humanly possible. That's his job, and he did it really, really well. The problem is Pelosi and Schumer are supposed to fight for us, and they're the ones who usually throw the game.
All right, we got to take a break, but when we come back, we're going to continue this discussion, including what the majority of Americans wanted in this relief package, according to polling, and how disconnected our lawmakers really are from ordinary people who desperately need relief. We'll be right back.
All right, back on TYT during the break here. Let me read you comments. Meg from the member section said, the days are longer from here on out. Hopefully my will to live will return with the sunlight. Meg, hang in there. Look, the younger generation is all progressive. And so trust me, there's tons and tons of hope out there. We're gonna win, but it's just a little longer timeline than you realize. But yes, since we're past the winter solstice, I feel great because I love sunlight. Is that blue I see? I suppose. All right, Eclectic Mistletoe writes in, over 8 months since the last relief package, but now they have to vote on a 1,500-page bill in a matter of hours with practically no scrutiny. There must be many things in there that's not meant to help the actual people who need it most. To which I say, of course. And by the way, the other reason why they're doing it in such a hurry is they got to get home. They got to get home to their donors. Their donors are waiting for all the fundraising calls and the fundraising Zoom calls. They got to get home. Trigger Incarnate says, this year showed me without a shadow of a doubt that Americans will swallow anything without complaining. 90% of the rest of the world would have already burned the government to the ground and started again from scratch. $1,800 total over a course of 1 year, they explain. So yes, there's a lot that the Americans will take, but things are bubbling over, as a lot of you know. And people have got to start taking action. As by the way, we have been saying for years on this show. Angelic Dreams, Tippy the Tank, L Hot Mess Politics, Barbara Murphy, all just joined on YouTube by hitting the join button below. You guys are awesome and we love you for it. TYT.com/join everywhere else. Michael Goldman says, via Justice Democrats, AOC just got passed up as a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Seems Henry Cuellar played a big role in sabotaging the Congresswoman as a retaliation for her support of Jessica Cisneros. We must defeat him next time. Brother, I'm already on it. I'm lining up endorsements for Jessica. I'm trying to do everything I can behind the scenes. And of course, if you do things behind the scenes in a smart way, people will attack you for not being progressive enough. Anyway, yes, I just said that. And so in terms of Cuellar and AOC, so what? So she gets passed up in the Energy Committee. She's still 1,000 times more important than Cuellar. So progressives in Congress, you should not worry about stupid little petty political tricks like Cuellar. Oh, well, you didn't get the spot you wanted on the committee. So what? We're gonna come and take you out of Congress and you're gonna lose all of your power. I guarantee it. As soon as Jessica's rerunning, I'm gonna share her website with you guys. Generic user says, can you explain why there's no money left from CARES or why there is money left over from CARES? At this point, nothing is surprising, but when SBA PPP loans ran out, why wasn't the money used? It's very complicated. It has to do partly with the fact that it's going to Federal Reserve and what the Federal Reserve does with it. But I did want to tell you, when they ran out of money at the PPP, they did reload. So let's be fair and let's be factual on that. And now more money is on the way. And Terry Clements, thank you. We'll be right back. All right, back on the Young Turks. Sometimes you guys share news with us that's breaking in the middle of a show, and I had not seen this. Steven Scales, longtime viewer and member, wrote in, bad news, Jenks, Steelers legend Kevin Green has passed away. In honor of him, I donated $91 to tyt.com/go. Well, Steven, you're awesome. Thank you for doing that. But every time these athletes pass away, man, that I watched and loved, it's so sad how young they die. It's just amazing. Anyway, Steven, thank you for the update. I love doing this show with you guys. Anna, what's next?
All right, well, the think tank Data for Progress recently did a survey to see where Americans stand on the relief bill and the portion of the bill that actually directs checks or payments directly to them, also known as relief checks or stimulus checks. And oh wow, what a shocker. The majority of Americans would like to see a $1,200 check as opposed to the measly $600 that's currently being offered in the legislation that Congress is likely to vote in favor of. So again, this is Data for Progress. They found that 93% of Democrats, 83% of Republicans, and 87% of likely independent/third-party voters would support another one-time payment of $1,200 to most Americans as a coronavirus relief measure. Now, even that number, in my opinion, considering how long Americans have gone on without real robust aid, is not enough. You have progressive members of Congress who have demanded $2,000 payments that are reoccurring, but that is not what's being offered in the latest proposal for relief. Representative Ilhan Omar spoke out against this, saying, at this point, we should all wonder what it would take for members of Congress to listen to their constituents and support this. I support it. Call your member to find out if they do too. Bernie Sanders had a similar message saying, maybe, just maybe, it's time Congress listened to the American people and sent $1,200 survival checks to working class Americans who are in so much desperation right now. And look, to be clear, before the election, the White House had offered a relief package that was still not great, but it was certainly much better than what's being proposed by Congress right now. It was a $1.8 $1.8 trillion proposal, I should say, that did include direct checks to Americans to the tune of $1,200. Nancy Pelosi rejected that. She made a political calculation, knowing that there was a possibility that approving that bill would help Donald Trump in getting reelected. And so she's being asked about that decision now for good reason. CNN's Manu Raju wanted to ask her about it, and she ran away from the question. Let's take a look at what that scene was like.
We also have in the legislation direct payments, which were not in the Republican bill, to America's working families. I would like them been bigger, but they are significant, and they will be going out soon.
So my mistake, that's what she said on the House floor. But Manu Raju had tweeted in a series of tweets that Pelosi wouldn't answer my question about why the $900 bill deal is more acceptable to her than the $1.8 trillion offer Mnuchin made to her this fall. Asked again in the hallways why this proposal is more acceptable than the Mnuchin plan, Pelosi didn't respond. But Schumer, who was walking with her in the hallway, said, ask Mitch McConnell. And he also continued to say that it's true that McConnell and Senate Republicans objected to Mnuchin's $1.8 trillion plan, but so did Pelosi, who said in October, quote, this proposal amounted to one step forward, two steps back. And so, look, the point of this story is they don't care whether it's a Democrat, a corporate Democrat or a Republican. It doesn't matter what the majority of Americans want. The Democratic Party clearly is not afraid of its own constituents, which is why 93% of Democratic voters can say they want relief. They want more money in these direct checks, and then congressional lawmakers will fold and go along with the measly $600, which again is not enough. The $1,200 is not enough. It's inadequate, but they couldn't even get that amount, which is infuriating.
So guys, look, the fact that the Republicans are the bad guys is super obvious to anyone who's paying just a tiny bit of attention. So they're the ones who blocked the $1,200 check. It's factual. There's no counter argument. Now, does that mean the Democratic leadership did a good job and are the good guys? Absolutely not. They're just as guilty. And so let me explain why. So the $1,200 check, as Anna told you in the beginning of this story, is enormously popular. Now, first of all, when you have 93% of your own party saying fight for it, that's it. You don't need anything else. I don't care if 1% of Republicans say yes. If 93% of your party says fight for it, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer should fight for it. But they never do that. Oh, our base, we despise our base. We would never do what our voters wanted. But second of all, 87% of independents wanted it. Guys, 83% of Republican voters want it. So what excuse does Pelosi and Schumer have for not insisting on $1,200? Oh, Mitch McConnell's gonna vote no. Yeah, we all know that. That is when you beat the living hell out of him politically. That's when you go on TV and you go, Mitch McConnell, just stop your $1,200 check. 83% of Republican voters wanted. And by the way, Republicans, you know who betrayed you? Mitch McConnell. Then we'd all be on your side. And you know what else? 88% of Americans would be on your side. What drives me nuts is not how evil Mitch McConnell and the Republicans are. And yes, as you can tell, Democratic leadership weakness is despicable. But the media, for Christ's sake, man, they always go out, there was nothing Pelosi or Schumer could do. Nothing they could do, nothing they could do. How about they could fight for 88% of American voters? If a politician says, I cannot win on an issue where 88% of the people are on my side, well, then you're a joke. And as a reporter, you should point out they're a terrible, terrible politician, a terrible negotiator. So that's just obvious, except almost no one in the media says that. Oh, I wouldn't want to offend Pelosi or Schumer. Oh, that's a third rail. Now, on the other hand, I want to give a lot of credit to Manu Raju. Those are good questions. When he says, wait a minute, you said no to the 1.8 trillion. So, and you were saying it was 2 steps back. Well, you just agreed to, and he thinks it's 908 billion, but it isn't. It's 480 billion, because a lot of the money was already in the original CARES Act. So you just said yes to half a trillion when you said nearly 2 trillion was a step backwards. So that is exactly the right question. She dodged it because she hates anyone not staying in her veal pen and doing as they're told. And then Chuck Schumer makes a mistake of answering and says, ask Mitch McConnell. No, we're asking you. You're the one who didn't fight for your voters.
Right, I mean, yes, exactly. So I think most people acknowledge that Mitch McConnell served as an obstacle in these negotiations. There's no question about it. But there wasn't an aggressive fight, at least as far as I could see, by Democratic leadership, and that's an issue. In fact, like what I think is so interesting is Nancy Pelosi's unwillingness to even play politics when it comes to this very obvious question that she should be expecting from reporters. Like running away from Manu Raju, not a good look. How about you take maybe 5 minutes to think about what your strategy should be once a reporter asks you this question? But she didn't even feel the need to do that. Her aides didn't even feel the need to prepare her for, again, a very obvious question that reporters are gonna want her to answer. You can't say a $1.8 trillion offer from the White House is not good enough and then turn around after the election and urge members of Congress to vote in favor of something that spends far less money on providing relief to average Americans. It's just the sense of entitlement, the unwillingness to fight and do the right thing on behalf of your own voters, your own party, people who are depending on you and relying on you right now. It's just, the sense of entitlement drives me crazy. You can't answer the question because you didn't even care to have an appropriate, political answer prepared for this. And I mean, obviously I wasn't gonna buy any of it, but it doesn't matter. Like it's one more insult to what's been going on. Just this, I don't care. Nah, I'm not gonna answer your question. I'm gonna walk away.
Yeah,
I don't even care to be prepared.
But that really shows you exactly what's been going on in Washington for the last 20, 40 years. So, because when a Democrat in leadership, a corporate Democrat, is asked a tough question by a reporter, they're totally and utterly surprised by it. They haven't had it their entire careers. So they're like, what? That's a good question. No, I didn't prepare for that. Are we supposed to answer questions now? No, directed to Trump or Bernie Sanders or anyone who isn't part of the corporate oligarchy. I'm not answering your questions. And she gets genuinely super mad. This is the second or third time that it's happened recently. And she's like, looks at him like, who do you think you are? I run this place. So, and the last thing is, as Anna pointed out, when it was 1.8 trillion, but they thought Pelosi thought if we pass this, it might help Trump before the election. And it might hurt Democrats seeking election. She voted no, she didn't do the deal because it affected them. But now after the election, she takes a quarter of the money because she thinks it only affects you. Who cares that I gave up 3/4 of the money you could have had. That doesn't affect me at all. And by the way, she's generally been right about that, with the exception of Manu Raju's question there. Largely, she's gotten a free ride her entire career. And no matter what heinous thing they did or what collapse in negotiations they had to the Republicans, the DC media would always applaud. Oh, here, like this. Oh, Nancy Pelosi, so brilliant. Master legislator, bravo. Only taking 1/4 of the money, bravo. And so, no, she's never been good at this. And that's a fact.
So I think it's worth doing a story that solely focuses on the tax breaks for businesses, because even Steve Mnuchin wasn't in favor of some of this stuff. But based on what we're hearing about this legislation so far, it will include tax deductions for the privileged. So the coronavirus relief package includes tax deductions that overwhelmingly, the coronavirus relief package includes tax benefits and deductions that overwhelmingly benefit the privileged and business owners. So the tax breaks are so ridiculous that even Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin spoke out against some of them, especially the so-called double dip tax benefit that comes along with PPP. The program that's meant to help small businesses during COVID-19. The COVID-19 relief package, as Bloomberg reports, set for a vote in Congress would clarify that business owners can deduct expenses paid for with PPP loans, which can be forgiven by the government without incurring a tax. The deduction benefit could generate more than $100 billion in tax savings for business owners, according to the Brookings Institution. For business owners paying the top tax rate, it generally means they can save as much as $37 on their taxes for every $100 of tax-free PPP money they received. Like, that number should blow everyone's mind and everyone should be angry about it. Steve Mnuchin, as I mentioned, was against it. The legislation would actually override Mnuchin and the IRS, who have blocked businesses from writing off rent, utilities, and other business expenses paid for with tax-free money. The agency says the tax code prohibits that sort of doubling up of tax benefits. I also want to note that the $300 that Americans will receive in unemployment benefits for 11 weeks, right? $300 per week for 11 weeks, that is not tax-free. It is not. So that is considered taxable income that Americans will have to essentially, pay back to the federal government once they file taxes in the beginning of the next year. And that it just shows you how, on one hand, you have businesses who get these tax-free forgivable loans, which they can then use to deduct from their taxes when they file. And then on the other hand, you have average Americans who desperately need unemployment assistance. That money is considered taxable income. And one video that I want to toss to before we go to you, Cenk, here's Republican Senator Ron Johnson pretending as though he cares about the debt whenever they're having discussions about providing real relief to average Americans. Take a look.
When I came to the Senate, we were a little over $14 trillion. Our GDP was over $15 trillion. We're actually below 100% of GDP. Now, I know I'm using a lot of numbers right now, and I'm going to use more because that's part of the problem. And one of the reasons we are $27.4 trillion in debt is we only speak about need. We only talk in terms of compassion. We all have compassion. We all want to fulfill those needs. We just don't talk in numbers very often. We don't analyze the data. We don't take a look at what we did in the past and see, did it work?
Just want to note that Ron Johnson voted in favor of Donald Trump's tax cuts, which cost the government $2 trillion over a decade. So Ron Johnson does not actually care about the debt. When it comes to tax cuts for the rich, always on board, 100% of the time.
Well, it goes further than that, Anna. He actually benefited to the tune of a couple of $100,000 himself personally from those tax cuts. So a couple of $100,000 for Ron Johnson, that's not numbers, that's compassion. But when it's $1,200 for you, dude, we got to talk about numbers. Who cares about compassion? I already got paid, man. That's what he's saying. I already got 100 times what you got, 200 times what you got, and so the government is only compassionate to incredibly rich people like me, Ron Johnson says. And guys, why do we constantly get mad at the Democratic Party? because these Republicans are so easy to beat. All you gotta do is fight them. And all of the Democrats say, don't, whatever you do, don't fight our beloved Republican colleagues. Dick Durbin just spent the last week kissing Republican ass. He went out and gave a speech about how Donald Trump did amazing things with Operation Warp Speed, and we have to thank him. You're pathetic, man, you're pathetic. When Ron Johnson gives that speech, somebody should get up, and Bernie half did this. He went after him, but he should have said what we know to be the facts and David Sirota wrote about, which is, hey, listen, you already made a couple $100,000 off the bills that we passed. So don't you dare tell us that the average American can't afford $1,200. But is there any chance that anyone outside of Bernie would do that in the Senate? 0% chance, 0%, 0. Democratic leadership, no chance at all that they would ever fight back effectively against Republicans. So it's just, I can't stand it.
Yeah. Look, since you're talking about Democrats, I think it's important to point out that in some cases they're actually far worse than even you're describing, because House leadership includes chairs of incredibly important committees, including the House Ways and Means Committee, which of course Representative Richie Neal is the chair of. He's a Democrat, and he, by the way, transparently on his own website, neal.house.gov, indicated that he absolutely wanted businesses to be able to double dip with this tax benefit. I'm gonna just read you a few excerpts from his page on his website where he says, consider a company that gets a $100,000 loan and whose owner has a 22% tax rate. If the business pays $100,000 worth of deductible expenses and has the loan forgiven, that would provide a $22,000 tax benefit on top of the loan forgiveness. Members of Congress say this benefit is exactly what they intended. So he's saying like, no, this is what I want. This is exactly what we intended. Here's a quote: as we expressed to Treasury during the development of the PPP, we did not intend to deny the deductibility of ordinary and necessary business expenses, nor did these small businesses expect to lose deductions for their business expenses when they applied for a PPP loan. Remember, the PPP loan is tax-free. They're not paying taxes on that money, which can be a forgivable loan, right? And so the people who signed that letter, by the way, Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican from Iowa, Senator Ron Johnson, a Democrat from Oregon, and of course, Representative Richard Neal, a Democrat from Massachusetts. So it's just absolutely horrendous.
Look, I actually think there's two separate issues here. Number one, in terms of the actual double dipping for the small businesses, if you just own up to it, and apparently some of them have, yeah, I just want to get more money to small businesses. This is another way of getting money to them. Okay, that's one thing. And I could actually totally live with that. But when you say, I don't want people to get unemployment and the direct check, because that would be double dipping for the average American, you're saying, I don't actually want to help citizens. So I would never double dip for an actual American voter. But for small businesses, and that's better than big business, I'll let them double dip. Okay, well then you obviously have hypocrisy. But to me, the worst one is not in terms of the size of it, but in terms of how galling it is the 3 martini lunch tax exemption. So they say, Trump's like, it's for the restaurants. You're not gonna go to lunch twice, okay? No, it allows you to deduct all of that from your business expenses. So that means all the executives are gonna get to go to lunch for free, basically. There's nothing that helps the richest people in the country, just like for fun, more than this. Like the big giant tax cuts help them more, et cetera, financially. But this is them kind of like rubbing it in your face and laughing about it. Of course, the biggest advocate was Larry Kudlow, but are we surprised that he would be in favor of a 3 martini lunch tax exemption?
Yeah, and by the way, that amount would be 100% deductible. The entire amount spent on these dinners, it's not like, a portion of it is tax deductible. No, the entire restaurant bill is considered tax deductible based on how this relief package is written. Anyway, we have to take a break, but when we come back, finally, we have some election vendors fighting back against Donald Trump and his campaign lawyers and some of the ridiculous allegations they're putting out there about election fraud. We'll give you the details on that and more when we return.
guys, back on the Young Turks. First of all, plant your change. If you have want to round up your change at every time you make a purchase through your credit card or debit card to plant a tree, perfect opportunity for you guys. tyt.com/trees, and you could do that. And so it's really easy to hook up. You'll see it. Now I want to go to your comments. Mickey C says, are you going to address that it was Bernie who got us the $600? He was on the floor demanding $1,200. Meanwhile, pretend Dem Joe Manchin fought him on it. Manchin said unemployment or a check. Can't have both. I don't see Bernie getting any credit for at least getting us that much. Thank you, Mickey, for pointing that out. That's right. And nobody in media is, and we should have done it more aggressively in the earlier stories. Again, that's why I love doing the show with you guys, and I will going forward. If Bernie hadn't fought, you wouldn't have gotten the $600. That's a fact. Did anyone in media ever give him credit? No, zero. Instead, Stephanie Ruhle on MSNBC yelled at him. Oh, you never get anything done, she said. It's outrageous. So now Theater Goddess writes in, Ron Johnson is saying the right things, but completely missing the point, because when you look at the numbers from a compassionate policies, doing the right thing usually saves us money. That's right. And so, by the way, I can give you tons of ways to save money, and progressives can, but they don't want those ways because those go to their donors, of course. And Jank Flexing Triceps says, so Ron Johnson wants to look at the numbers to make sure that they work. I guess trickle-down economics didn't work, so we need to repeal tax breaks for the wealthy. Yeah, you want to look at numbers? I'd love to look at numbers. But again, that would require one other Democrat other than Bernie Sanders in the Senate to counter these gargantuan liars over and over again. And I want to, Terry Clemens, I mentioned last time, he wrote in on Super Chat. Love you guys, just upgraded to producer. Merry Christmas and happy everything, Terry, you too, brother. Hit the join button below like Terry did to become a Young Turks member. And I'll get to Twitch a little bit later in the program. Love you guys, we'll be right back. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Anna, take it away.
All right. Well, as most of us know, right-wing disinformation outlets have been regurgitating and repeating accusations, unfounded accusations of widespread voter fraud on their platforms, indicating that Donald Trump had the election stolen from him by Joe Biden. But now it turns out that the software company that's being accused of being involved in election fraud has decided to fight back. Smartmatic is the software in question here. They've been accused of being the software that's used on Dominion voting machines, and it allegedly has a backdoor that allows for votes cast for Donald Trump to be switched to Joe Biden. No evidence of that. In fact, Smartmatic wasn't even the software that was used in the election in the battleground states that these Trump campaign lawyers have been talking about. So as a result, Smartmatic realized these ridiculous disinformation campaigns aren't going to stop, and we need to sue. So again, let me reiterate, Smartmatic wasn't even used in the contested states. The company, now a major global player with over 300 employees, pulled out of the United States in 2007 after a controversy over its founder's Venezuelan roots. And its only involvement this November was with a contract to help Los Angeles County run its elections. Now, lawyers representing Smartmatic sent scathing letters to the Fox News Channel, Newsmax, and OAN demanding that they immediately forcefully clear the company's name and that they retain documents for a planned defamation lawsuit. And so as a result, if you were closely watching Fox News recently or some of these other right-wing disinformation outlets, you'll notice them using very similar language in debunking what they had previously said on their shows about Smartmatic and these voting machines. Let's take a quick look at a compilation of what that looked like.
There are lots of opinions about the integrity of the election, the irregularities of mail-in voting, of election voting machines and voting software.
We've heard concerns about both voting machines and voting software.
We have heard concerns about both voting machines and voting software.
One of the companies is Smartmatic, and we reached out to one of the leading authorities on open source software for elections, Eddie Perez, for his insight and views.
Specifically, a company called Smartmatic. This week, we reached out to Eddie Perez for his insight.
Specifically, a software company called Smartmatic. This week, we reached out to Eddie Perez for insight.
Eddie is the Global Director of Tech Development at the Open Source Election Technology Institute.
We asked him for his assessment of Smartmatic and recent claims about the company.
We asked him what he knew about Smartmatic and the claims some have made about that company.
We asked him what he knew about Smartmatic and the claims some have made about that company.
So I don't know, Cenk. It appears that they're just reading a script that was sent by lawyers in order to avoid, paying the consequences of what they've been engaging in for weeks now, which has been disinformation. So they're worried about that defamation lawsuit. And I love how they're not taking personal responsibility. Some people have said, there have been differing opinions, but let's talk about what the truth is here. Some people have been spreading false information. Yeah, it's you guys. You're facing a lawsuit, and now you're debunking your own garbage on your air because you're forced to by lawyers.
All right, a couple of important parts of this. First, side note, but important. That's why I call them news actors and not news anchors. They're just given a script and they read it. The script could be one for a lunatic like Lou Dobbs, and then he goes, "Oh, Smartmatic, it's fixing everything, you're rigging everything, right?" And Glenn Beck, you remember how he used to walk around the room when he was on Fox News and do the chalkboard and it looked so authentic? I know for a fact that he rehearsed that all day long. It was a script. So they're all actors. And the question is, who's the director? So at CNN, the director says, remember, we're in favor of all corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats, but against anyone outside of that spectrum. At Fox News, it's generally speaking, it used to be Roger Ailes, and he would literally write memos that got uncovered. They were featured in Out Fox and many other places where he would tell them what to say. And he would say, and the VPs of Fox News in the old days as in like a year ago or 2 years ago, would say, call Obama a Marxist. Call him a communist, call him a socialist. And the news actors would get on and go, oh, of course, as everybody knows, people are saying that Obama's a Marxist, right? So in this case, who's directing? The lawyers are. And the lawyers told him, you morons, they're gonna sue the living hell out of us. And then we're gonna have to fire all of you. One, because we have less money. Two, because you just cost us a giant sum of money. What do you think we're doing here? We're trying to make money. That's what Fox News is about. I don't know if people are. And by the way, that's also what CNN is about. So like, it's easy to beat up on the right wing. When you talk about establishment stuff though, and they go, oh, no, CNN's doing it out of the goodness of their heart.
So okay, so I do want to also show what the rest of the segment look like. And they all use the same person. They even referenced him in that compilation we showed you, Eddie Perez. So let's just take a look at what the debunking looked like.
Have you seen any evidence that Smartmatic software was used to flip votes anywhere in the US in this election?
I have not seen any evidence that Smartmatic software was used to delete, change, alter anything related to vote tabulation.
What about Smartmatic and Dominion? Do you know if they're related, whether one owns the other, whether Dominion uses Smartmatic software?
Both Dominion and Smartmatic have individually and respectively put out very clear statements from their corporate headquarters, each of them indicating they are independent companies, they are not related to each other.
Have you seen any evidence of a connection between George Soros and Smartmatic?
I'm not aware of any direct connection between George Soros and Smartmatic.
Have you seen any evidence of Smartmatic sending US votes to be tabulated in foreign countries?
No, I'm not aware of any evidence that Smartmatic is sending US votes to be tabulated in foreign countries. Outside of one customer in Los Angeles County, Smartmatic has no presence in the voting technology marketplace in the United States.
Well, that's it for me tonight. I'm Lisa Booth, filling in for Judge Janine. Thank you so much for watching.
So that is where we stand right now. We will keep investigating. That'll do it for us.
Yeah, that's where they stand right now. Again, I mean, of course, this is due to the lawsuit. And I should also note that Smartmatic, the software company, is different from Dominion, which has the voting machines. But Dominion is also suing. Dominion Voting Systems has hired another high-powered libel lawyer, Tom Clare, who has threatened legal action against Sidney Powell and the Trump campaign. Let me just give you a quick statement from Clare. He says, "We are moving forward on the basis that she will not retract those false statements and that it will be necessary for Dominion to take aggressive legal action against Sidney Powell and many others who have enabled and amplified her campaign of defamation by spreading damaging falsehoods about Dominion." And by the way, William Barr was pressured by Donald Trump's campaign to seize Dominion voting machines, and he basically said no. There's no reason to do that.
Okay, so the reason that you saw that really bizarre way of presenting it on all of those shows, where there's like someone saying, "Is Smartmatic owned by George Soros?" right? And then the guy answers, is because they didn't want to humiliate their anchors by having Dobbs, Bartiromo, et cetera, go out there themselves and go, "We were lying the whole time. None of it is true. It's not owned by Soros. They didn't run anywhere other than LA County. We're unbelievable liars." So they did this package where they have, "What was it true?" And then they bring a rando guy to go, "No, it wasn't." By the way, I didn't love the way he phrased it either. I'm not aware of any direct evidence that it's linked to George Soros. No, it's not linked to Soros at all. What do you mean? I don't care if you're aware or not aware of it. And then you don't need, there's no evidence, not just direct evidence. And Smartmatic, guys, look, if you want to look at how we run these voting machines, like when there isn't already an election that's done, and you want to talk about, hey, future elections, before we know who won and lost, and I'm trying to rig it in reverse, but so we don't know who won for 2022. You want to look at the machines? Let's look at the machines. Let's see how they work. But you guys are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and you actually hurt the effort to verify all the votes. Because you're like, "Oh, Smartmatic rigged it, man, with Hugo Chavez and Soros." Dude, Smartmatic was only in LA County. Did they rig LA for Biden? When you're that dumb, you really can't help the cause at all, even your own cause. So, but the most important part here is, bottom line, is that all of these guys were wrong. And the fact that they're airing that shows that Fox made a calculation. No, we're not right about this. If they sue, we'll lose. We must run this on air. Now, did it make up for all the things that they did? No, they've run that story 1,000 times, and they did that correction, in my opinion, a weak sauce correction only once. By the way, what was the audience reaction? They were livid. They're like, "This guy doesn't even know Hugo Chavez. Of course his ghost rigged it. This idiot, why'd you put him on, man? I'm gonna go watch Newsmax." You know what happened on Newsmax today? They issued the same apology.
Yeah, and look, we'll give you more details on William Barr basically going against what Donald Trump is demanding when we come back from the break. But you don't want to miss that story because Trump is still trying to overturn the results of this election, and he's even considered martial law. So we'll give you all the details and more when we come back.
Like all small businesses, we're struggling through this pandemic right now. We are doing a drive to keep TYT healthy. We want to be able to keep doing it, and it's been a Herculean task.
Ready for transport.
We're trying to raise $2 million overall, $200,000 a month if we can. If you can, and only if you can, tyt.com/go. Seriously, because we can't sustain this show without you. So thank you for making all this possible.
Where else can I feel as free as I do here to do what I do? And I wouldn't be able to do what I do if it weren't for all the people who have really carried us throughout the years.
You're our ultimate boss. We report to you guys. And if you don't like what we're doing on air or we're not telling the truth, boom, you fire us.
We're not the Young Turks, you're the Young Turks.
Keep TYT alive, healthy, wonderful, awesome, independent, progressive. Keep it all those things. In fact, we have a new theme, press on. Get it? It's a double meaning. TYT.com/go. TheChairShot.com/go.
This looks like a conspiracy. This looks like a scheme to defraud.
The Bush administration put folks into the regulatory agencies who believed in destroying regulations.
Memories of the Great Depression faded.
They stood on the floor of the Senate day after day attacking what they were trying to do.
They just generated all this junk, took home huge bonuses, and then when it collapsed, they said, oh, not us.
What they ginned up was pure extortion, putting a gun to the head of Congress.
Time and again, they heard the devastation that was happening in low and moderate income communities caused by bankers, by lenders, and they chose to ignore it.
I understood that the SEC was not merely a weakened version of what it was supposed to be. It was an agent of Wall Street.
When no one's enforcing the law, the criminals take over.
Many of you already know that the TYT Army has been officially organizing for the past year. They're making decisions on which candidates and elected officials to help and always coming up with ways to inform people about progressive policies. Now, we want to give a huge shout out to some special volunteers and highlight accomplishments of our TYT Army. In Michigan, State Leader Tara West and Captain Justine Robinson organized the team's first Beer and Politics. How fun does that sound? Look, they thought of this idea at one of their monthly meetups in order to help connect TYT supporters and grow their team's volunteers. Here's what Tara had to say. Our first Beer and Politics event in Grand Rapids was a success. We had 5 new people show up who are enthusiastic about TYT. They all found out about our event through our text bank, and they liked the laid-back nature of our get-together. Looking forward to connecting with them next month and hopefully meeting a few more. Thank you, Tara and Justine, for leading the way in Michigan. To learn more about the TYT Army and how you can help from home or even start your own team, head to tyt.com/army. Check your spam folder for lost emails to stay up to date with our events.
How would I look walking the dog on the White House lawn? Would that be?
I'm Mike Shekels, and I'm the Director of Technical Operations. So if you're frantically tweeting at us that something's broken, thank you, because I'm fixing it. This here is Johnny Greenwald.
I'm Manager of Post-Production Technology. Simplest terms is I deliver the content.
And this is our master control room. We have many, many more destinations than ever before, and we created this room to consolidate it, to make sure that everything's going out is up to standard, so we meet all of our contractual agreements.
Back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Don't forget, we've only got 10 days left of tyt.com/go. We are, as you can tell, every day on the show, desperately trying to get you guys the change that we all need. So, and you guys are a critical part of that. There's nothing of the Young Turks without you. You make it happen, and this is among the ways that you make it happen. So every dollar counts. We appreciate your help. Thank you so much to everybody who's contributed. We hope we could finish strong here. All right, Anna, what's next?
All right, well, new reporting from the New York Times indicates that Donald Trump is not giving up on attempting to overturn the results of the general election. He will not concede that he lost to Joe Biden. And based on new reporting from the New York Times, he had a meeting that involved Sidney Powell, where there was screaming and shouting involved. And he's now considering assigning Sidney Powell as some sort of special counsel to investigate election fraud. Again, the Trump campaign has lost some 50 different court battles in regard to election fraud, but he's not giving up. There were also, basically proposals to implement martial law. That was something that was proposed by Michael Flynn. But William Barr is not signing on to all of the ridiculousness that's being proposed, including the notion that Dominion voting machines should be seized and investigated. He was asked about it during a recent press conference. Here's what he had to say.
Does the president have the legal authority to order the seizure of voting machines around the country?
I see no basis now for seizing machines by the federal government. A wholesale seizure of machines by the federal government. Let me just say that, there are fraud in unfortunately, in most elections. I think we're too tolerant of it, and I'm sure there was fraud in this election. But I was commenting on the extent to which we had looked at suggestions or allegations of systemic or broad-based fraud that would affect the outcome of the election, and I already spoke to that, and I stand by that statement.
Do you believe there's enough evidence to warrant a special counsel to investigate that, perhaps Sidney Powell or someone else?
Well, if I thought a special counsel at this stage was the right tool and was appropriate, I would name one, but I haven't, and I'm not going to.
So again, he's not going along with Donald Trump's ridiculous claims of widespread voter fraud. And he reiterated something that he had already said a while ago, which is there might be some examples of isolated incidents regarding election fraud, but there's no evidence of systemic widespread election fraud that would overturn the results of the general election.
Yeah, so that's relevant in a couple of different ways. So first of all, the New York Times reported there was a mess of a meeting on Friday night at the White House with Trump seriously considering putting Sidney Powell in as special counsel. Then they had to let him know you can't put in a special counsel at the Justice Department. That's not how our Constitution works. So then they're like, well, maybe we'll do a special counsel at the White House. Okay, I don't know that that's a thing, but that's what they're considering. And then he's like, okay, Rudy's like, let's just grab all the ballots by the votes, or the votes by the ballots, right? And let's just grab all the ballot boxes and bring him in. And in fact, I'm going to give you quotes from Rudy in a second about what he said on the radio. And Trump's like, ooh, that's interesting. Can we do that? And the adults in the room, and remember, they're all massive right wingers. They're like, no, the federal government has no constitutional authority to grab the voting machines from the states. That's not a thing. And then Michael Flynn's like, well, why don't we just use the military? Why don't we just declare martial law and then have the military redo the election? They literally, very seriously discussed that at the White House. And Donald Trump asked, can we do that? Can we use the military? I told you he'd asked if we could use the military. And so the White House counsel, apparently Mark Meadows, chief of staff, were like, no, don't do that, don't do that. And if you think about it, who would they use the military against? Congress is going to vote on January 6th to confirm the Electoral College. Are they gonna roll in tanks into the Congress and say, don't vote? What are they gonna do? So, but they're all lunatics. Like the thing that was driving me crazy, although today some members of the mainstream media were like, yeah, I get why. But for a while, they're like, I don't know why well-known lunatics like Sidney Powell and Michael Flynn have been invited to the White House. Because the guy inside the White House is a well-known lunatic. That's why, but John Harwood even said it today. The president's a kook, total kook. So now here's Bill Barr coming in and going, no, we're not grabbing voting machines. No, I'm not putting a special counsel into place, let alone that clown ass Kraken, right? Who couldn't put together a sentence. So literally, when she submitted her big fire hose of evidence in a case, it was all misspelled. There was no actual evidence. It was just humiliating and totally laughed out of court. So now, and I want to give you the Giuliani's quotes. What were they going to do if they grabbed him by the ballot, right? He said, I can smell crooks, smell them. And these crooks smell so bad. Would they smell good? Why would they smell good? Anyway, you can smell them from a mile. Now prove me wrong, prove me nuts. Mission accomplished, I think you just did that. And he went on to say that if he got the machines, he said, I could be wrong about all this, but I'd be willing to stake my reputation on it. Let me do the machines. Okay, I don't know what you mean by do the machines, but I want no part of it. And after all this, Anna, he says, oh, by the way, I could be wrong. Yeah, because you're making everything up.
Yeah, 100%. And some of Trump's biggest enablers are, looking to be pardoned on certain things. I mean, we talked about the attorney general from the state of Texas and how he's facing some pretty serious criminal charges regarding fraud. And so it's amazing how far people are willing to go in able to get favors from Donald Trump before he's gone, even knowing that some of these suggestions are unconstitutional, can dismantle our democratic process. They don't care. They don't we're in a dire situation. The Republican Party especially is in a dire situation when the good guy, the person to pump the brakes, is Attorney General William Barr, who had no problem absolutely lying about the contents of the Mueller report, who had no problem perpetuating whatever disinformation came from Donald Trump in his campaign prior to the election taking place, who had no problem with the Trump campaign and its loyalists essentially dismantling the post office in order to make it incredibly difficult for mail-in ballots to be counted and processed. It's just incredible that now William Barr, who is as conservative can be, is the person who has to pump the brakes and say, no, we're not doing this.
Well, one of Trump's lawyers, Jenna Ellis, on Twitter said, you should sit down to Bill Barr about this because you've been sitting this whole time anyway. That's not a former lawyer. That's not a disgraced lawyer. That is Donald Trump's, the president's current lawyer, yelling at the attorney general saying, why don't you sit down, Bill Barr, and let us seize those voting machines. And then Rudy will do them and then we'll win. A bunch of total, utter lunatics. That's why I keep saying, I'm sorry guys, but if everyone acknowledged that Donald Trump has lost his mind and has surrounded himself with recently escaped inmates from the asylum, then I'm all good. Then we can just be done with it. But there's still a month left. And now he's onto the military option. And so we need people like Bill Barr, God help us, to say no. And Mark Meadows is one of the most unbelievably right-wing people in the country. He's the leader of the so-called Freedom Caucus. They're unbelievably right-wing. And he's like, yeah, no, we can't roll in tanks to Congress, Donald. That's not how it works in America. And that's what we're down to.
All right, let's do one more story before we go to break. And we are switching gears a bit to give you an update on some more details regarding police brutality over the spring and the summer that we're learning more details about. So, new video evidence shows the extent to which cops in Boston not only engaged in excessive force and police brutality in responding to George Floyd protesters, they bragged about it. Sometimes accidentally as body cameras were rolling. And so this has to do with video and surveillance that was obtained by a publication known as The Appeal. It's a national online news and commentary website that focuses on the legal system. And they received some footage regarding police officers in Boston and came across a video featuring one cop. We don't know his name. We don't know too many details about him, but he's essentially caught bragging about using excessive force against protesters. And after you watch the video, you'll notice that his colleague essentially tries to protect him because he realizes that his body camera is filming everything that's being said. So let's take a quick look at that video and I'll give you more details.
Dude, I drove down the street. There was an unmarked state police cruiser that they were all fucking around. So I overcommit. So I got to Tremont Park, and I was in the middle of. So then I had to keep coming. I'm hitting people with the car. Did you hear me? I was like, get the.
This thing is on. This thing is
Oh, no, I know. What I'm saying is, though, they were in front, like, just like, didn't hit anybody, like, just driving. My windows were closed. It was coming in my window. Was, you know, it's like, you gotta be kidding me.
That's crazy, dude.
Push this crowd backwards. Going further.
This thing just went on automatically. Huh? This thing just went on automatically.
So just in case anyone had any difficulty understanding what he's saying, because we did have to bleep out a lot of curse words, and of course he has a thick accent. But what he's essentially doing there is bragging about hitting protesters with his police cruiser. And then his colleague essentially tells him, this thing's on. And then the cop tries to, backpedal and make excuses for what he was originally saying. But again, I want to reiterate that this isn't new video. It's video from between May 31st and June 1st that was obtained by the appeal. And we have more footage to share with you in just a minute. Cenk.
I'm really proud we featured the appeal on The Conversation long time ago. We've had a lot of the reporters on when no one else even knew about them. They're doing some great work over there, and you should check them out. So including uncovering this. I have to confess that I was greatly I hate that he ran over the people with his car apparently. And we'll give you more details on what the consequences of that are. But the form of the video was funny. He's like, so I run him over with my car, right? And then the guy's like, get a body cam. And he's like, well, what do you see? What I had meant was that I hadn't run them over with my car. Well, now that I know your body cam's on, no, I did not park my car on top of their heads on Harvard Yard. No, I didn't do that, okay? So, come on, guys. So the important part of the story, guys, is, when we're not looking and the body camera is not on, they're having the time of their lives talking about running us over. And you think that those guys are free speech advocates? At least free speech advocates you'll ever find, unless of course it's a right-wing protest. And everybody back up, let them use their weapons, do whatever they need to do, etc. So yes, that we've got serious institutional problems with policing in this country. Yes, including in the Northeast. And then I'm going to tell you another amazing part of the story in a second. But Anna, more details.
Yeah, I think that we just keep seeing more and more evidence of how this notion that this isn't a systemic problem and it's just a few bad cops is nonsense. Because think about his comfort level in bragging about hitting protesters with his police cruiser, right? If you're a police officer in a culture where that's deemed unacceptable, then you wouldn't be so comfortable openly and transparently bragging about it like that. He felt very comfortable saying the things he was saying until he realized that a body camera was recording what he was saying. And also officers, during that time used all sorts of excessive force against nonviolent protesters, including just indiscriminately pepper spraying people, hitting people with their cars. And so the appeal also put out a compilation of what some of those incidents look like. I do want to warn you guys that it's graphic and absolutely disgusting, but it is important to see the kind of brutality that protesters were met with in late May in Boston. Take a look. So again, the appeal did receive 44 different videos. Please check out their coverage to put some of the incidents that we showed you in that compilation in better context. But the Boston cop who was on that body cam footage bragging about hitting people with his police cruiser has been placed on administrative leave pending an internal investigation. And we know how those investigations usually go, but we'll update you on the story if any real consequences are, if he has to pay any real consequences for what he has bragged about.
Yeah. So now, unfortunately, the cops in this country have been exposed as basically private security guards for the rich and the powerful, and especially for the right wing. And now, if you're, of course, a Harvard law professor who's African American, they're not your private security guard. Okay, you can be rich and powerful all you like, but Henry Louis Gates was arrested on his own porch while he's entering his own house with his own key. But yes, if you're right wing and powerful, yeah, the cops they're not here to protect us. They're here to be your security guards, and we're all paying for your private security. So, and sometimes we're paying for your private security to kick the crap out of us. And a lot of people are sick of it. And by the way, if you're wondering why they want to defund the police, it's kind of a way of saying, why don't we defund the private security guards for only the powerful? How about we get security guards for all of us so that we actually protect this country? Okay, now the last detail I wanted to get into was actually shown in that video a little bit, but I want to clarify it for you guys. So one of the guys kicks a tear gas canister, one of the protesters, back towards the cops after they threw it at him. And they go, let's get this effer, let's get him. You heard that on the tape. And they say, lock him up, okay? They're outraged that a tear gas canister came back in their direction. And then they go and actually try to, of course, get the guy, arrest them. I said, but wait a minute, if you're beating up and arresting a guy for sending tear gas canister in your direction, shouldn't we arrest you for using the tear gas canister in their direction? Now remember, at that time, it's a peaceful protest. The protesters haven't hit the cops, they haven't done anything to the cops. So the cops throw tear gas canisters at them, go, ha, take that. When one guy kicks back one, they're like, oh, how dare he? That's an outrage. We are the powerful, you are the powerless. You have to know your role. Let's go get that effort. And let's not only kick his ass, but then let's go arrest him and try to ruin his life. So no, I'm not interested in funding those security guards for the rich and powerful. So I'm interested in totally redoing police culture so they don't think that we're the enemy. They're supposed to serve and protect us, but I think they do no such thing.
Well, speaking of the rich and the powerful, we're going to talk about the uneven way in which the COVID vaccine is being distributed as we speak. Lobbying has quite a bit to do with that. So we'll give you the details on that and more when we come back from the break.
All right, back, guys, during the break here. Shell writes in the member section, tyt.com/join to become a member. She writes in, as a teacher, I spent at least $1,000 a year on my classroom. The state lets me deduct $300. Feds, nothing. And businesses get to deduct their lunch. Come on, 100% right. So my kids go to a public school, and every year we have to chip in. If we don't chip in, the teacher has to pay for the notebooks and all the other material. Why is the teacher paying? That's insane. It's insane. But 3 martini lunches, the executives need that. Not 50% off, 100% off on their taxes. Okay. LMG15 writes in, Fox, OAN, and Newsmax debunking their own lies is too little too late. A lot of damage is already done. Right-wing media and politicians will benefit from this disinformation campaign for years to come. I'm glad they finally did it, but it'll barely make a difference among lunatics. Overall, you're right about this, and they said it 100 times and retracted it kind of once. But don't worry, a lot of lawyers are now saying, yeah, that ain't good enough. Smartmatic can still go and Dominion, they could do some serious damage to these outlets, especially Newsmax and OAN. We'll see how that goes on. Richard Rowe for Congress writes, in Establishment 101, starve the poor until they stop demanding meat and settle for crumbs. Also, doesn't Israel use our money for free abortions? Hyde Amendment. I remember Biden was in favor of the Hyde Amendment, so it's not supposed to go towards abortions. I'm not in favor of that. That's a small little wrinkle to it. But guys, if we send money to Canada or Turkey or UK or Israel, unless they have a very specific need, it makes no sense. It's not that I don't love the UK. It's not that I don't love Canada or any of those countries. But why are we sending them money? You want to send it to, help us, a smaller country in a time of need? That makes sense. Anyway, oh no, that Bernie bro writes in, Cenk, I'm getting you a New England Accent 101 textbook for Christmas. Apparently I need it. Thank you, those are super chats. Saurice Cook writes in, my birthday was last week and I was reflecting on the last couple of months and how much wiser I am thanks to TYT, and this is the least I could do. You're amazing, thank you for saying that. We really appreciate it and we need it. Yes, the finances absolutely too, but every once in a while, it's nice to get a compliment as opposed to nothing but grief. So you're awesome and we love you for it. Candy B says, sign up for 2 months on Twitch and writes in, you guys have provided me with so much insight that I pass on a daily basis. Words cannot express my pride in supporting the entire TYT family. And I appreciate you guys giving it to us straight. Well, I love that, thank you. Depressed Progressives added again with 800-bit donation. And so many more. AJ Duenas, Progressive NCO, gifting subs on Twitch. We appreciate you guys. We'll be right back. Back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna with you guys. I just was looking through the gifted subs on Twitch, and we're on twitch.tv/TYT. Familiar name. John Iderola just gifted us up.
Aw, John.
Look at that guy. All right, I love it. I love it. And by the way, if you're in the top 10 of our folks giving gifted subs on Twitch, we're gonna send you a mystery box. That sounds sounds interesting. Anyway, I don't know what's in the mystery box. It's a mystery to me too. But folks on Twitch can tell you how the rules of that contest work. But we love all you guys. Thanks for watching on Twitch and everywhere else. All right, Anna, what's next?
All right. When it comes to Republican lawmakers who have downplayed the severity of the pandemic, it is fascinating to see them skip ahead of the line in order to get the vaccine before frontline workers even get a chance to get vaccinated. One example of that is Senator Marco Rubio from Florida, who had no problem attending super spreader events, which of course you didn't see people wearing masks at. But in a recent tweet, you can see an image of Rubio getting vaccinated. And as is correctly stated in this tweet, Marco Rubio spoke at several Trump super spreaders last month. Yesterday, he cut to the front of the line to get the vaccine. And just to provide a little more evidence for how Marco Rubio and Republican lawmakers like him have downplayed the virus, even recently, you see tweets like this where Rubio says, people are tired of being told they have to stay home and can't work or open their businesses by people who break their own rules and haven't missed a paycheck. I mean, he certainly falls under the category of people who break the rules, hasn't missed a paycheck. He's spread irresponsible messaging regarding the severity of the virus. And as I mentioned, he's a senator from Florida. And Florida is essentially operating as usual right now. There is no mask mandate. There are no businesses shut down. I have family that lives in Florida, and they tell me that bars and restaurants, I'm talking about indoor bars and restaurants, are packed to the rim. People are having a good time, operating as if nothing unusual is going on in the country, as thousands of people die literally every day from this pandemic.
Yeah, I don't know when it's ever going to become clear to folks that it's real. Look, we've got to be just like, there's not that much time left. I hope we're starting to get the vaccine. So please keep wearing a mask if you're ever, or start wearing a mask because the vaccine is coming. If Marco Rubio would ever let us take it. Okay, so I like that public figures like Joe Biden today got the vaccine. Number one, if anybody should get the vaccine, it's Joe Biden. He's in the elderly category. He's going to be president, etc. But more importantly, he's showing everybody that it's safe. So that's good. But after, Fauci does it and Biden does it, and you could throw in other Republican leadership. You don't all, like Mike Pence did it. That's good. I like that Mike Pence did it. We don't need Marco Rubio and his, all his family, and I don't know that his family did it, but all the legislators going, well, just to show you guys how safe it is. Give it to me first. Give it to me first. Especially after you told everybody it was no big deal. So
right.
If it's no big deal, then what do you have to, jump the line for? So they're the world's biggest hypocrites.
They really are, and it's beyond infuriating. And when you look at, Li Fang did a great job in kind of uncovering some of the lobbying that's taking place by different industries to ensure that after frontline workers get the vaccine and after elderly people in some of these homes get the vaccine, that their industry, employees from their industry should be second in line to get it right away. And even when it comes to frontline workers, you're seeing situations in which people in higher administrative positions are getting vaccinated before the actual frontline workers in these hospitals are. And it's a big problem because decisions, as we have noticed in many other cases in this country, are not being made based on need or logic. They're being made based on privilege. And everything is just completely being mishandled right now. And the individuals who really desperately need this protection through the vaccine, in some cases are not getting what they deserve. And it's, we don't talk about the frontline healthcare workers enough because of the irresponsibility by our lawmakers, because of the unwillingness by Donald Trump and other Republican lawmakers to encourage people to wear masks. Since the beginning of this pandemic, these frontline healthcare workers have been going nonstop. There's been no break for them. There's been no rest for them. Many of them have gotten COVID themselves. Many of them have died as a result of this pandemic. And they're putting their lives on the line to keep people safe and healthy. And it's just the disrespect by Republican lawmakers absolutely blows my mind. But I mean, who can be naive about them at this point? They clearly don't care about anyone other than themselves and their donors.
Yeah, 1.5 more things about people jumping the line. As we reported a couple of weeks ago, bankers have found a way to jump the line. They're gonna go second. And they say it's for the bank tellers, which I would have no problem with because they're frontline essential workers. I don't believe them. I'm just being honest with you guys. If they're right, okay, fine. But I know banking executives. They're gonna they're gonna grab it before the tellers are. There's no way they're not gonna do that. And then now, of course, the stories have begun in Beverly Hills. High-end folks are asking, when I say high-end folks, they have their private doctors, that's the thing, right? They have a concierge service for doctors. So at their beck and call, they're offering huge amounts of money to skip the line. Of course.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's talk about what happened over at Stanford because frontline healthcare workers did fight back once they realized that the vaccine wasn't being distributed properly. So Frontline workers over at Stanford staged a protest once they realized that administrative workers and people who are able to work from home had been given the opportunity to get vaccinated before they could. Now, in typical Silicon Valley fashion, they argue, the hospital argues that they relied on an algorithm to decide who would get vaccinated first, which I think is honestly a stupid way to do this. How about let's use logic and human reasoning and do the right thing and make sure we protect the right people. But Stanford Medical Center residents waged this protest on Friday morning, holding signs and demanding answers from Stanford's leadership about why just 7 of the more than 1,300 residents at Stanford were selected to receive the vaccine in the first round of 5,000 doses. ProPublica reported on this and also tweeted that Stanford used an algorithm to decide who got the COVID vaccine first, and the result was only 7 of the 5,000 slots going to residents. The same week, they were asked to volunteer for ICU coverage in anticipation of a surge in COVID-19 cases. So here's an example of what the protests look like. One of the residents holding a sign saying, "I saw 16 COVID patients in the last 24 hours, more than double the amount of residents getting the vaccine." But this isn't really about residents versus residents, okay? This is about administrative and high-ranking physicians who get to work from home or don't have to be on the front lines getting the vaccine before the frontline healthcare workers. Here's a statement from the protesting residents. "Many of us know senior faculty who have worked from home since the pandemic began in March 2020 with no in-person patient responsibilities who were selected for vaccination. In the meantime, we residents and fellows strap on N95 masks for the 10th month of this pandemic without a transparent and clear plan for our protection in place." And so the leadership in the hospital then blamed the algorithm and vowed to reverse the policy. And since the algorithm prioritized people based on age and location or unit they worked in, of course, some of the older administrative employees who get to work from home were prioritized. Again, this wasn't the right way to do it. The frontline workers, the people working in the ICU who have to be in person with COVID patients should have gotten the vaccine first.
Yeah, so 2 great things. One is it can't be said enough how much courage they have. Because I know a lot of people who are really worried about going to the supermarket, even with a mask on and all the different precautions, right? The thing about the people that work at the supermarket, they have to go to work every day inside a closed building and risk their health. They do. It's so hard. And then you think about nurses and doctors. Jesus, for 10 months they have risked their lives for all of us. Look, now let's move to point 2, algorithms. They're not a panacea, funny enough, in this context. So just because something's an algorithm doesn't make it evil. You could put right formula into an algorithm and get a good result. Just because on the other hand, just because it's an algorithm doesn't mean that you don't have to answer for it. Oh no, it's okay, it was an algorithm. Well, what does that mean? What did you put into the algorithm so you got those results out? Just saying something is an algorithm is like saying, well, it's an equation, so it's okay. I don't know what that means. I think that's not a thing.
Also, let's not forget, algorithms are created by people. Like I think oftentimes when people think of algorithms, they think it's like some magical computed, thing that has nothing to do with human bias. It's people behind algorithms, and there's inherently bias involved in that. And so, look, what happened here is workers stood up and they said, no, we're not gonna stand for this. This is not right, this is unfair. We're risking our lives to keep people alive, and we deserve this protection. And had there not been this kind of protest among residents and frontline workers, I don't think that this would have changed. So I give them a tremendous amount of credit for not only being courageous in what they do in trying to save people's lives, but being courageous in speaking out against their employer in this case to say, no, all of you administrators over at home who don't have to see patients face to face, what you're doing is wrong and we deserve this vaccine.
100%.
Yeah. All right, well, we do have to take one more break, and so let's do that. And when we come back, If you guys can recall, the Trump campaign ran out of cash in the last few months. And I think I have an idea of where that money went. There's a shell game going on. We'll give you the details on that and more when we return.
All right, back on TYT during the break. First of all, you need to keep your computer pure. Good luck. So instead of trying to not go on any websites, what you could do is go to tyt.com/purevpn. And what that does is at that point, people, then anyone who's trying to snoop in or get your credit card information or the websites you've been to, they can't tell that it's you because it looks like the computer is signing in from a completely different location. It could even be Dusseldorf. Why do I say Dusseldorf? Because it's a fun name. And you get 88% off for 5 years. I don't know what you want. What do you want, 89% off? Okay, in all seriousness though, if you're gonna get a VPN, tyt.com/purevpn makes a ton of sense. Okay, now, and of course, don't forget Santa's mug, Too Strong Coffee. Santa's progressive and Jesus is too. That's toostrongcoffee.com/tyt. Okay, and now I'm gonna go to your comments. There's so many here. Christopher writes in from the member section. Thanks for bringing it up. My wife, a nurse practitioner, is furious in that she has not gotten her vaccine, but administrators at the hospitals have. Of course, of course. Well, what a funny coincidence that the people making the decisions on who gets the vaccine got the vaccine first, both in Congress and in hospitals. And speaking of which, Grilled Hot Dog writes in, those algorithms are written by people, so don't believe them when they try to blame the algorithms. Exactly. Our audience is way too smart. We're doing Too Smart Coffee next, so wait for that. Okay. Apparently we have a hype train going on Twitch, and I'm always in favor of a hype train. In some ways, I am a hype train. Is that one of my 17 nicknames? I guess. But I'm on one right now on Twitch, so let me talk to you guys about the folks that are helping to make that happen. Kira Narasilla gifted 20 subs, so Kira, thank you. Progressive SEO gifted 10 subs, Depressed Progressive 10 gifted subs, 1,300 bits. Miranda writes, left gifted a sub and 500 bits. Crazy Hawaiian in Pennsylvania gifted a sub. Obi Mom Kenobi, of course, 5 subs. Sam's Place is a new member. Defined Canadian, yes ma'am, yes. And Sauce 240, they're all members. And Sauce 240 is 7 months. And yes ma'am, yes says, love you guys. As always, we love you back. You are the Young Turks. You make this happen. And Imitation Asian writes in on Super Chat. Thank you for covering the Boston Police Department camera story. I was there that night, and people were already dispersing by the time they openly attacked protesters, marched from Boston Police headquarters to Commons with no issues until they blocked us in the park. As we showed you in an earlier story, guys, 93, no, not 93, a huge percentage of the time cops start the violence, not the protesters. All right, we'll be right back. TYT, Cenk and Anna, go.
All right. In the final months of Trump's campaign, it was big news that he had burned through campaign cash and had to pull ad buys that the campaign was planning on doing in order to try to win re-election. And there was a lot of questions regarding where all that money went. He fundraised quite a bit. Well, now we're learning through Business Insider that Jared Kushner created a shell company and then funneled campaign money to that shell company. And because that money was funneled to a shell company, we don't know exactly who it was paid for or to, or what it was used for. So let me give you details that we know so far. Kushner personally approved the creation of the company, incorporated as American Made Media Consultants Corp. and American Made Media Consultants, LLC, in April of 2018. From there, Eric Trump's wife, Laura Trump, was named president, and Mike Pence's nephew, John Pence, serving as vice president. It allowed the campaign to avoid federally mandated disclosures concerning what it was spending considerable amounts of money on. And by considerable, we mean nearly half of the $1.26 billion raised for Trump's reelection. And so, as Business Insider reports, for months, Trump's aides, top advisors in the campaign, just didn't know, like, where is this money going to? How does this shell company function? Which, by the way, of course, cast an air of mystery around the shell company and this whole operation. Campaign law experts have long accused the Trump team of using a corporate pass-through to hide payments. The nonpartisan Campaign Legal Center, led by former Republican Federal Election Commission Chairman Trevor Potter, filed a civil complaint with the FEC in July, accusing the Trump campaign of disguising about $170 million worth of campaign spending, in large part by laundering the funds through AMMC. And then one other quote, Cenk, Brandon Fisher, the Campaign Legal Center's director of federal reform, said the payments to AMMC were a scheme to evade telling voters even the basics on where its money is really going, and a shield to disguise the ultimate recipients of its spending. And so some of the staffers on the campaign team believe that, okay, well, maybe this money is being used toward buying ads and doing things like that. But again, because of the nature of this shell company, it's really hard to determine exactly where the money went and how it was used. There's a lot of mystery around it and should be investigated.
Okay, let me break this down. There's actually two different ways that the Trump team appears to have potentially funneled money to themselves. So let me first handle this one that we're talking about, but there's another one that's related to it. So why would you do a shell company that's as they described it, a campaign within the campaign? Well, the number one reason is to hide where the money's going. So if the campaign spends money, that's public. So if they spend money on advertising, everybody can see it. And in fact, there's a lot of stories written about how campaigns spend their money. But if the campaign then gives it to just this shell company, that's all the information you get. That shell company got $415 million. Well, what did they do with it? We don't know, and they don't have to say. So already massive problem. And if you don't know, Bill Stepien was technically the campaign manager after Brad Parscale, but everyone acknowledges that the actual campaign manager was Jared Kushner. And Stepien, in this case, according to Vanity Fair, didn't even want to ask about the slush fund. He's like, if Jared wants me to know, he'll let me know. Who's the campaign manager then? Clearly Jared, right? And so Jared then sets up the slush fund and pours hundreds of millions of dollars into it. Now, the second part of that is, well, how do you take money out of the slush fund and how do you profit from it? Number one, if it's an outside company, people can work at that company. So what do? You put Lara Trump, Eric Trump's wife, as Anna told you, as the president. And then I like this twist where Pence's nephew is the vice president. Okay, just to keep it all in the family. Now, these are the same guys who told you, can you believe what Biden did for Hunter Biden? Now, they set up a $400 million some odd shell company. They put their kids in charge of it, or their nephews and their in-laws, et cetera, in charge of it. They can take any salary they like, and then they can disperse it any way they like. But on top of all, and then of course, there's so many layers to it. One is the salaries. Second is, well, I mean, we had to do all of this, obviously, from all the Trump properties where we were running the campaign or the shell company. So we had to pay giant rent to Trump. There was nothing we could do about it. Nothing we could do about it. And by the way, you can't even find out because it's a shell company. And the third thing is, we take these companies, any normal consultant, if they're doing TV ad buys or any ad buys, usually takes about 15% as their commission. Now that's already a scam that we've talked about on the show in a lot of ways, but it's legal, and that's the service, the fee that they charge for their service. But now if the people taking the 15% are Trump family members and Pence family members, well, you can do the math on 15% of 415 million. That's over $60 million that would go to their families. That is highway robbery. The only good news about that is that they robbed MAGA and rich Republicans. So, hey, you want to be a sucker and you want to give Trump money? How many times does he have to rob people? Trump Charity, Trump University, it's 6 bankruptcies where he says it's good business not to pay back your debts. So, boo-hoo, he robbed you blind. But I do hope they catch them if that's what happened. And of course, if it's illegal, there should definitely be consequences. And lo and behold, hi, what happened the other day? Oh, right, Trump started talking about a preemptive pardon for Jared Kushner from out of nowhere. I wonder why he did that.
Man, these people are not in any way savvy, right? Because I mean, by essentially hinting that you're gonna do that, you're admitting that there's been some potentially illegal activity, right? And so we've been waiting to see what it is. Because at the time that Trump talked about a potential pardon for his family members, yeah, I mean, they've engaged in some pretty sketchy stuff, but there wasn't anything big in the news that you could really tie Jared Kushner to specifically. But if this gets investigated and you find that they were misusing campaign funds and breaking campaign finance laws, well, yeah, I mean, like this is a serious issue if they're breaking FEC laws, but it would have to be investigated. And so remember, a preemptive pardon is the president's ability to pardon someone even before they've been charged with a crime. And there has been precedent for that with Gerald Ford pardoning Richard Nixon before he had been charged criminally for the Watergate scandal. But yeah, I mean, there's that. And then you think back at the fact that they ran out of cash and no one knew where the money went. They ran out of money in the last few months of the election. And as you can see, Trump had a giant haul. Where did that money go? And you're right, Cenk. I mean, there's been so many different instances of them stealing money from their own supporters. They did it with this false accusation of widespread voter fraud, claiming that they're fundraising in order to help financially support the legal challenges to the election. You read the fine print, you find out that money actually goes straight into Trump's pocket, to his super PAC and all of that. And this is just another example of them potentially ripping off their supporters.
Yeah, that was the second thing I wanted to mention real quick. That was called Save America. So when you gave to his legal defense fund, you thought you were giving to that. You weren't. The first $5,000 did not go to the legal defense fund. They explained that in an asterisk. And 75% of that money went to something called Save America. And they explained that Save America is not a campaign PAC where they would have to spend the money on the campaign. It's a leadership PAC, which is another slush fund. And they can spend it anywhere they like, including on $1 million salaries. So is anybody ever gonna find out about where the money went for Save America or the new shell company from Jared Kushner? We don't know. But the final piece of irony on all this, Jared's dad went to jail. He went to jail for illegal campaign contributions.
Right. All right, one more story. We have a little bit of time. I wanna fit this in. So, recently, Turning Point USA held an event in Florida to allegedly fight socialism. And the event was such a disaster that the organization is being criticized pretty aggressively by right-wingers. The event was sponsored by Bang Energy. The CEO from Bang Energy, and yes, that's the name of a company, spoke to the crowd while company representatives known as Bang Girls showered cash on teen attendees. So let's take a quick look at the video and I'll give you more details.
Folks, we're trying to get that thing rolling.
All right.
Checkmate.
Let's go. Put some money in there. Let's go.
This is how we do.
So that was in Florida, and as you can see, there are a ton of people there, 2,000 attendees. No one's wearing a mask, no one is social distancing. In the state of Florida, everything is kind of just happening as if there's no pandemic at all. Every business is operating as normal. Some businesses require masks, but my point here is this event is incredibly stupid, especially in the middle of a pandemic. And even right-wingers are calling Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA out for this. Let me just give you a quick series of tweets. Wayne Dupree show, I have nothing good to say about a multi-million-dollar organization that approves of their sponsors to make young conservatives look like begging liberal. Jesus Christ. Of course, this is about liberals now. Nobody wants to say anything though. Nobody wants to open their mouths, but I'll call out the other side. But you'll call out the other side, this is sick. And there's more of these reactions from conservatives on Twitter. But Cenk, I wanted to give you a chance to jump in.
Yeah, there's two things that come out of that. One is, if you notice, there's a little bit of bitterness there about a multi-million-dollar organization because of Trump and Don Jr. and all those guys. Tons of money got funneled into Turning Point USA, and Charlie Kirk got very rich off of it. It appears. And so a lot of the other right-wingers are catching feelings over that, and so they're like, "Oh yeah, and this is what he does with the money." But of course they're right. I mean, here are the guys who said, "Oh, socialists just want to give you money for free to try to get your votes. Now here's a money machine that fires money at you, so you'll be conservative." I think you might have missed the thread on that one.
No, it's amazing. More tweets. Nothing says conservatism like turning your conference into a borderline strip club. And by the way, remember that the co-founder and really good friend of Charlie Kirk died from this pandemic. Okay, and to host this kind of event that's incredibly irresponsible in the middle of a pandemic that's raging across the country. I mean, Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, they don't care. But you would think that he would understand the gravity of this situation, considering someone so close to him died from the virus.
Yeah, but in a sense, it's the perfect conclusion for the Trump era of Republicans, if it is a conclusion. One is give away money to your friends. Two is bang girls. And three is scams. Trump in a nutshell. All right, we'll be back for the members.
What do? I get charity every single year.
Are you a politician with a ridiculous point to make? Are you in need of a petulant, outdated way to make it? Then you'll need one of my signs. Hi, I'm Simon Simonson of Simonson Signs. We'll take the stupid, over-the-top, meaningless allegory you have and put it on foam core. So maybe someone will notice your grandstanding, because this is C-SPAN, and anything that's not people milling around in front of a running vote count is almost considered moderately entertaining. The bar is low, just like our prices. We've got plenty of designs. We also brought you Mike Lee's Tauntauns. They're tons of fun. What does this have to do with the Green New Deal? About as much as this other visual aid he used of Reagan on a T-Rex. Or is that a velociraptor? Who cares? Who the cares? No one gives a. Call us now at Simon Simonson Signs. We'll make your stupid point stupidly for money today.
Viewers had asked for an interview with the TYT Lizard. Mr. Lizard. Oh, you changed colors today. Nice. I don't even know how you feel about us. Do you even like us?
Well, you guys made me this awesome house, so I'm kind of in your debt. I was found outside on the street, and you gave me a home. Granted, it was a really crappy home for a while, but then through the power of fundraising, I became a person who has a multi-level Trump-style mansion.
You do. By the way, you never looked better, man. Normally, you're just green or just brown, but today you're in mid-lizard, right?
I'm not very smart. I'm a lizard, so I don't know how the science works. I guess this is just my mood. It's not every day that thresholds like this are broken. I'm just so excited. I can't contain my pigmentation.
And now you're showing it off.
Yep.
I've never seen the lizard like this before.
What Cenk and a few other people are trying to do is give us a different perspective on reality, the reality facing the middle class and working people, not just the billionaire class.
We're here to press on and carry on the work that we've been doing that's so important.
We've begun to turn the press a little bit. 2 years ago, they would have never covered Booker. 2 years ago, they would have never covered Bowman.
You know, this is where it started in a lot of ways.
Why is TYT the leader of the progressive media? Because we try to unite people. We give other people a platform. We help other progressive shows. We introduce people to progressives they've never heard of. We help progressive candidates, and sometimes they even win.
Cori Bush has won in Missouri. Down goes Lacey Clay. Cori Bush is the best of us.
You gave me a platform. People from this district heard about Justice Democrats by watching your show and nominated me to JD.
There is no more safe incumbent seats in the House. Bye-bye, establishment.
We're going to push Biden as far as we can.
After they win, we'll probably fight them tooth and nail. We need to have independent media overcome mainstream media.
The DNC was so stupid to deny you guys crash credentials.
We need fighters, and we need to stick together.
So this is what democracy looks like.
There is a ton of hope right now. More hope than we have ever had in this country.
So it's up to you guys, it's up to all of us to execute this in the next 5 years. You know what that means? That means the future is ours.
I just shot a clip. It's time sensitive and it needs to be edited right now.
Did anybody call for an editor?
Need this in an hour.
But you're an editor too.
All right, back on a post-game Cenk and Anna with you guys. I'm gonna read one comment from our member section. You guys are all members, so that makes sense. Captain Cornball says 400 million. Isn't that about the same amount that Trump owes Deutsche Bank? That does appear to be a funny coincidence. Okay, and it's not just Deutsche Bank he owes, and it's 421 million, and the shell company got 415 million. Things that make you go, Remember that old song? All right, Casper, we have, I would argue, hilarious stories.
Yeah. Okay, so I have not seen the video that we're about to talk about. So Pat Robertson is still a thing. He still exists. It kind of blows my mind. But he has some thoughts about Donald Trump attempting to reverse the actual results of the general election. Let's hear what he has to say.
I think it's all over. I think the Electoral College has spoken. I think the Biden corruption has not totally been brought to fruition, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the Electoral College. And I don't think the Supreme Court is going to move in to do anything. And I think we're going to see a President Biden, and I also think we'll be seeing a President Kamala Harris not too long after the inauguration of President Biden. With all his talent and the ability to raise money and draw large crowds, the president still lives in an alternate reality. He really does. People say, well, he lies about this, that, and the other, but no, he isn't lying. To him, that's the truth. He is very erratic, and he's fired people, and he's fought people, and he's insulted people, and it keeps going down the line. So it's a mixed bag, and I think it would be well to say, you've had your day, and it's time to move on.
Wow.
Trump lives in an alternate reality.
When Pat Robertson thinks you're being erratic, you got it. issues. I mean, these are this guy sells miracle shakes. This guy's among the folks who's told you that hurricanes come because of gay people, etc. And he's like,
you know what? I believe I'll buy the miracle shakes. Pat Rob, like, look at him holding on for dear life, and good for him. Maybe there's something in those shakes. Okay, maybe I should buy those shakes. I want to live a nice long life. But anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's okay. But I like the pot shot he took at Biden too. He's like, and soon after Biden gets inaugurated, Kamala Harris will be president. Like, Biden's too old. Dude, have you looked in the mirror in the last 280 years? Okay, but Pat Robertson, of all people, thinks Trump is erratic and an obvious liar. He's like, well, look, to him, it's not a lie because he lives in such an alternate reality. He thinks it's true. He's calling Trump nuts. Now, look, that's obvious to the rest of us. But the reason why we're amazed by this is because even the most right-wing, the most evangelical, the most conservative people in the country are now starting to say, yeah, he might be nuts. Trump might be totally deranged. And Pat Robertson, by the way, also went on to say he should not run again in 2024. And that's why he said it would be a mistake and a sideshow if he did that. So that's really heavy language against someone that their base loves. I'd also be kind of curious to see if there's any blowback that he gets out of it. But even the most strident right wingers are now saying, God, you have to stop this madness. We're not. Some of us don't actually want to destroy democracy, and some of us actually live on this planet and not the planet that Trump's on.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there will be backlash against Pat Robertson for sure. But it also reminds me of like one other thing that he said on his show years ago that was shocking. Because as we know, as this super religious guy, Pat Robertson does not have a good track record on his commentary regarding gay people in the country, gay marriage, of course. But do you remember several years ago, he decided to comment on transgender people, and he was shockingly like logical and kind, like basically saying like, leave them alone. This is how they identify. I don't remember the exact wording because it was so long ago, but I just remember hearing him say it and thinking, what? Like, I totally agree with you. Where is this coming from? You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes he has these moments of clarity that blow my mind.
Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe he's getting so old that he's beginning to think like, I made enough money from the shakes. Maybe like once a week I'll say something that's true. And remember, Robertson had also said that God had made a decision to choose Donald Trump as president again. So I mean, it's not like he's not in favor of Trump. He already told his audience that God had picked Trump. So now he's got to come out here and go, kind of my bad. Turns out God didn't pick him. Plus he's nuts. And it's not just Pat Robertson. Chris Christie came out today and he's like, he's for the good of the country and for his own good, he's got to stop. Like Sidney Powell has been at the White House the last 3 out of 4 days.
Yeah.
No one disputes that. No one disputes that Sidney Powell is crazy. Rudy Giuliani is now telling Trump, please stop inviting Sidney Powell to the White House. Like if it's embarrassing for Rudy, imagine how like record-breaking embarrassing it is. Because Trump has actually lost his mind. But it's both things. Yes, he's scamming. He's raising all that money. We told you, first $5,000 that anybody gives, 75% of it goes to a slush fund that they could take money out for their own personal use, not campaign, personal use. So he's raised a ton of money that he could just pocket. And now they've got a new shell company. So he wants to milk that for all that he's got. And I think he's a little bit worried about getting caught on that too. And that will have significant legal repercussions. That's why he's thinking of pardoning himself and his kids, etc. So he is genuinely worried what's gonna happen if he loses power. And he's still trying to scam people out of money, which is Trump 101. But the other part of it is, I agree with Pat Robertson. I think Trump actually believes it. And so both things are true. And Chris Christie's saying, look, I prepared him for the debates. both in 2016 and in 2020. I was his first former opponent to endorse him. We've been friends for 20 years, but he's got to stop this. It's just nuts. And I don't know that Chris Christie used the word nuts, but that's exactly where he was leading. And he's definitely saying, not good for Trump, not good for the country. Now, and I hope that this at least helps a little bit, because remember, they were all programming the right wing at the same time, right? Stolen, Smartmatic, the voting machines, the poll observers, the massive dumps, and all the crazy Kraken, all the crazy things they were saying, right?
Yep.
So now when the couple of them in the cult go, nah, the cult leader is actually a little unbalanced. You guys should back away from the room slowly. That's got to be, I hope, a good sign.
Well, we'll see. Well, let's move on to a story that I read this morning that I wanted to share with you guys on the postgame show, because I think it can open up an interesting discussion about, I think, so life gets a little monotonous, right? Life can get a little monotonous. So much so that some people, including a former reporter for Bloomberg, would be willing to destroy her marriage and her career to fall in love with someone that she's writing about, Martin Shkreli in this point. So Elle magazine had a feature on a former Bloomberg reporter named Christine Smith, who started off by reporting on Martin Shkreli and the case that he was being investigated in. That was a case where he committed securities fraud, lied to his investors, and had done some risky bets, while of course telling them that he was actually earning them money when that wasn't the reality. So it's this big case. And of course, Martin Shkreli is also known as the pharma bro, who increased the price of life-saving drugs, in some cases to the tune of like 5,000%. He's not a good person. Like we know about this guy, not good news. But yeah, as this Christine Smith is reporting on him, she like starts to fall in love. And it blows my mind. It blows my mind. And I'm trying to, of course, I'm not a healthcare professional. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm only doing pop psychology here. So take what I say with a grain of salt. I'll give you the details and then we should discuss on what happened here. But as Christine Smith tells Elle, I really felt like he didn't have anybody to talk to that he could bounce ideas off of. I was like, all right, I guess I can do that. He sounded ragged and fragile, and I got concerned he would commit suicide because all this stuff was all happening at once. And so at the same time, she was taking a class where she ended up writing about how manipulative Martin Shkreli was, describing how manipulative he was to reporters. And then her professor at the time, Michael Shapiro, started realizing like, she wrote quite candidly about how he had so successfully drawn her in, so like Shkreli is already pretty intoxicating to her. And then finally, like she realizes, oh no, I'm in deep. These are incremental decisions where you're like slowly boiling yourself to death in the bathtub. But she admits that even though her newfound love and fascination for Martin Shkreli has destroyed her marriage and her career, like Bloomberg eventually ended up letting her go, she feels excited. She's happy again for the first time in a long time. And I don't know what to make of it. In the visitor's room, this is like when he's held in custody. I told Martin I loved him, Smith says. I told him, and he told me he loved me too. She asked if she could kiss him, and he said yes. The room smelled of chicken wings, she remembers. She also told Elle magazine, I know, like chicken wings do smell good. I will say that. I do love the smell of chicken wings. It's hard to think of a time when I felt happier. This is the quote I was talking about. At first, he's like, can I call you my girlfriend? This led very naturally into thinking about a future together. So then they later ended up talking about getting married, signing prenups, having children. And so Shkreli is serving a prison sentence and basically urged her to freeze her eggs for when he gets out. And she did it.
Yeah.
She did it.
Well, Anna, she's still pining for him. And that was the amazing part of the end of the article. But wait, it gets more amazing. because this particular article was coming out, apparently Shkreli broke it off with her and won't call her or write her. And she's like devastated by it. But she thinks, no, he's just laying low, but he'll come back to me. Oof, oy. And so, what do I make of it? I came to the same conclusion you did, that people sometimes are desperate for drama. That life is just too damn boring. And so, and then there was a little bit of power in there, right? Shkreli is rich and then became famous. And here's a rich and famous person showering her with a lot of attention. And then he complimented her in public, and then she started speaking after he left the room, and they're all crowding around her. And all of a sudden, her life was like really exciting. And so that's my best guess as to what happened here.
No, 100%. No, it really did make me reflect on everyone falls into a routine, right? It doesn't matter how good your life is, especially during COVID, by the way, which doesn't really apply to this story, but everything just kind of starts blending together, right? I wake up every morning, everything's the same. Like I make myself coffee, I read the news, we have our production meeting, and then like we do the show. And then after the show, I walk my dog. And as I'm walking my dog, sometimes my husband gets home and he'll see us and he'll join us for the walk. And then we come home and we make dinner. Like everything is the same every day. And like, I love it, but I will admit that like and this is like such a juvenile thing to say, but I think it's true, right? Like I think you eventually become an adult, and the idea of excitement and butterflies is just like it's high school stuff. Like real life, you don't have butterflies constantly every day. And so if she was like in a super monotonous, routine, and she was like super bored and she wasn't being complimented by her husband and she was feeling kind of like bored with her life. Yeah, like this bad boy who everyone hates seems super exciting. And you're like being extra naughty and like falling in love with this terrible person who everyone despises. And so, yeah, like she had a good career. She had it all going on. And she's just like, I don't know, I'm excited and happy with life now. So I guess it's okay. I'm not judging her, but like, it's just crazy. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, the thing is like, yeah, I'm not judging her either. I think life is hard and people do curious things, but we all do curious things. And so I felt great sympathy for her throughout. That was an interesting emotional reaction I had. You would have thought like, you'd think like, haha, or that's weird, or that's wrong. But I felt mainly sympathy. And he also kind of like lured her in these ways, in like, oh, freeze your eggs, etc. And now I got to tell you the funniest thing. I'm kind of curious how the story ends. So yeah, I think mainly my best guess is Shkreli is a bad guy. And he was just playing with her just because he needed fun or emotional support, or because he's in jail. That's like he's got nothing else to do, right? And likely he'll continue to not be with her because that's where they are now, right? And he was probably using her for his own purposes to get positive press. But if it turns out Shkreli was actually genuine, which now doesn't seem possible, but we don't know. Humanity's complicated, and they actually stay together. Then what I say? I don't know how you feel about it, and I go, maybe not guilty.
Yeah, I mean, this is how I feel. Ultimately, I don't care, right? Like their romance has no impact on my life whatsoever. It would be heartbreaking if he ends up really screwing her over, of course. But that's her decision to make. She's an adult and she's like made these decisions. She admits it in this interview with Elle. But it did make me think about like, what are healthy ways for people to maybe get out of a monotonous routine and spice up their life in a way that doesn't actually like destroy their lives, right? In a way that doesn't like destroy a career that they've worked on forever, or a relationship that's actually a really healthy relationship, but it's a relationship that like any other loses the butterflies, right? Like, how do you do it? And like, I don't know. I don't think there really is a way. Like, I think you have to find hobbies and interests and try to kind of like appease any curiosity you might have about something that's different, that's not currently in your life, right? So like you want to do some woodworking, do some woodworking. Like that could really spice things up, you know? But like, but not this kind of woodworking, other kinds of woodworking, like actual, like physical, like no, like with wood, like building cabinets.
I didn't say a word. I threw out. I honestly didn't even think it until you started saying it, right? Yeah. But anyways, look, it is a very difficult question because it can, the range goes from, hey, to go on a vacation and see someplace you'd never seen before, to marry an axe murderer in prison. That's your range for spicing things up in your life, because it's not just Strigelli. You know, this is a very well-known phenomenon. One of the Menendez brothers got married in prison. They were convicted of murdering their parents. They walked into their living room and shot their parents with a shotgun to collect their inheritance money. Okay, and somebody saw that and was like, "Ooh, exciting!" They went and married one of the guys. So I would not suggest that, but the vacation's a layup, right? And seeing some new places a layup. I don't know that solves it. And so woodworking, I mean, depending on which kind, it could or could not solve it, or it could make it worse. Okay. Right. So it's a question as old as time. And I know I'm Dr. Jenkin. I love to have the answers, but I'm not sure I got the answer to this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, our members always have really good feedback. And I love when you guys chime in on these kinds of discussions. So like, what have you done to spice up your life, right? Like, how do you break out of the monotony, especially during COVID when people are at home, there are businesses that you typically go to that are closed. Yeah, like I used to love going salsa dancing with Christian, and we can't do that anymore. We can't go dancing, period. So at first, in the beginning of the pandemic, we would just do it in our living room. And then we just got kind of lazy and we stopped. So yeah. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you, if I had ever made the mistake of doing something like that, that would be one of the upsides of coronavirus. Oh, honey, we can't go salsa dancing. Oh, so disappointed. I mean, the break we caught on that one, what can we do? All right, we'll get him next life. I mean, next year, probably, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah. Wait, I was gonna say one more thing about that. Shoot, I forgot. But look, man. Oh yeah, I remember now. I miss the rest of the world. So
me too.
When I think about the vaccine, I keep thinking about. And now it's picking up steam. I told you guys this before, but now it's getting more and more and more. New York, DC, Miami, even Paris. I mean, how many times have I been in Paris? Not that many, right? But I'm like, oh, to go back to Paris. Why am I saying that, right? But because we just haven't been out.
Yeah.
And so, like Hawaii, oh my God, how good does Hawaii sound? The UK,
really good.
Now there's a new strain. So let's see how that goes. But yeah. That's
Yeah. No, I really miss travel, especially traveling for like pleasure, obviously, but even like just traveling for work, I miss, which I didn't think I could possibly miss again, just because we do so much of it, especially like during election seasons and stuff like that, dealing with, I can't believe I want to be in an airport. I want to be in an airport. I want to be seated, waiting for people to get on the plane. I want to be annoyed with how big people's overhead luggage is. Like I want to go through that. Like I miss that, which gives you a sense of like.
Yeah, sorry, you're a more extreme case than I am.
Yeah.
I traveled way more than you, right? So for business, and I'd go pretty much every other week. So I'd take about 25 trips a year, which is exhausting. And one of the upsides of coronavirus is like, oh, golly gee, I can't go to another airport and sit in a middle seat and get squished on both sides with my very broad shoulders. And so no, if I get to a point where I'm missing airplanes and airports, man, we're way too deep in. right?
Yeah.
But I like going to places, but I don't miss the travel at all. I was exhausted. I haven't gone on a plane now in 13 months. Unbelievable.
Jeez. Well, remember in February, I had 2 trips, one to Germany for work and the other to, I actually did take a vacation in late February. I went on a cruise and got super lucky in not getting stuck on that cruise. It took off from Florida, and also got super lucky by not getting sick, by the way. But
oh yeah, that's the main thing.
That's definitely the main thing. One last question for you, Cenk. So my outdoor time consists of like 40 minutes when I go for a run and when I walk my dog. But other than that, like I'm home all the time. Like I don't go out. So like, what do you do to like get out of the house and just like get some, fresh air or whatever?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. So first of all, when I can, I exercise. So I run around the block, just once around the block. I'm done. It takes about 90 seconds. No, I'm kidding. I go for.
I'm like, don't admit that.
Getting around. No, I go for a 3-4 mile run, mainly 3 miles. And so that's normal. But I walk around a lot. I walk in the neighborhood. In fact, I walked in the neighborhood so much because I got to go clear my head, and I like being outside. I love the fresh air. We live in LA. We're so lucky. We should enjoy it, right? So I make phone calls outside, walking around. But just to think, I go outside, and it's gotten to the point where some of my neighbors are starting to get worried. Like I noticed yesterday that I was walking too slow in the street next to mine. And I remember thinking like, I wonder if this is a cause of concern because I've done this like 1,000 times now, right? And just like maybe a minute later, one of the neighbors came out and just started looking at me from her front porch, like. And I usually have a hoodie on, right? And that night, I forget if it was night or I think it must have been around dusk. Anyway, I had a black hoodie on and I had my hands because it was cold inside my hoodie, and I think she was thinking like, what's going on here? And then Wendy was like, hey, when you go out at night, aren't you worried about folks like, isn't it dangerous or whatever? I'm like, I'm not in danger, I am the danger. They're more worried about me than I am about them. Because I'm more worried about myself inside the house than I am outside the house, right? I whatever it is, I gotta walk around the block. I love clearing my head. I gotta do it. There's no way around it.
Yeah, definitely. I totally get what you mean. All right, that's about the time we have for the post game. So thank you. I think I'm gonna close it out, Cenk. How about that? How about I end the post game?
Okay, except I was gonna say one quick thing.
So, okay, say one quick thing. Go ahead.
David Sirota's on the show tomorrow. So tune in at 5:30 instead of 6 o'clock. That's when the interviews are. Hopefully a lot of you guys are doing that already. But we're gonna have a substantive conversation about progressive strategy. Okay, so don't miss that. And then a special 2-hour old school tomorrow as well. So tons and tons of programming tomorrow. All right, just want to let you guys know.
All right, that's it. We love you guys. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.